I remember the exact moment. I realized the flood wasn't finished with us. It had already taken the riverbanks, already swallowed roads, already torn homes off their foundations, and carried them miles downstream like broken toys. But 3 nights after the storm ended, standing alone on Highway 37, I saw something that made me wish the flood had been the worst thing we'd face. A man was standing in the middle of the road, and he wasn't moving. Not even when my headlights hit him. Not even when I got close enough to see his face. The strange part wasn't that he was there. The strange part was that Highway 37 had been closed for 2 days. Nobody should have been out there, especially not him. At the time, I thought I was looking at a survivor. Someone stranded. Someone hurt. I didn't know I was looking at the first piece of a puzzle that still keeps me awake years later. And I definitely didn't know that by the end of that week, I'd find his name buried inside a sheriff's report written 23 years before I was born. But I'm getting ahead of myself. The flood started on a Tuesday. 3 days of nonstop rain hit our county harder than anyone expected. We lived in a quiet farming region where everybody knew everybody. The river that ran through the valley had always been part of life. Kids fished there. Families camped beside it. Old men sat on folding chairs near the banks every summer. Nobody feared it. Not really. Then the rain came. The river rose faster than anyone thought possible. By the second day, entire fields disappeared underwater. By the third day, roads were gone. Bridges collapsed. Power lines snapped. People were rescued from rooftops. Others weren't rescued at all. When the water finally began pulling back, it left behind something worse than destruction. It left silence. A heavy silence. The kind that feels wrong. Like a town holding its breath. I was 29 years old then. Deputy Sheriff for Red Creek County. Most of my job involved speeding tickets, domestic disputes, and checking on drunk drivers. Nothing exciting. Nothing heroic. Then suddenly, we were working 16-hour shifts. Search teams. Evacuations. Roadblocks. Recovery operations. Everybody was exhausted. Nobody slept much. 3 days after the flood peaked, the sheriff assigned me overnight patrol around the eastern flood zone. Mostly empty farmland, damaged roads, abandoned homes. Simple enough. Or so I thought. Around midnight, I started driving Highway 37. The road cut through miles of low farmland. Normally, there'd be scattered houses and barns visible from the highway. Now there was mostly darkness. The floodwater had receded, but large pools remained across the fields. Under the moonlight, they looked like black lakes. My tires hummed against wet pavement. The radio crackled occasionally. Otherwise, there was nothing. No traffic. No lights. No movement. Just darkness. I remember feeling relieved. After everything we dealt with, a quiet patrol sounded nice. Then I noticed something strange. A mailbox, half a mile ahead, standing upright beside the road. Nothing unusual about that, except every house around it was gone. The flood had ripped entire structures away. Yet somehow the mailbox remained. I slowed down. My headlights swept across muddy ground where a farmhouse once stood. Only the concrete foundation remained. The mailbox sat there alone, like it was waiting for someone. A weird feeling crawled up my neck. Not fear, just discomfort. The kind you can't explain. I kept driving. A few minutes later, dispatch radioed me. Unit 12 status check. I grabbed the mic. 12 is good. A pause. Then dispatch responded. Copy. For some reason, the dispatcher sounded relieved. At the time, I didn't think much about it. Later, I'd remember that conversation differently. Much differently. Around 1 in the morning, a thin fog began forming over the flooded fields. Nothing unusual. Flood zones create strange weather conditions. Still, visibility dropped quickly. The world beyond my headlights faded into gray. The road felt isolated, disconnected, like it existed outside the county, outside reality. Then I saw the figure. At first, I thought it was a signpost, just a dark shape ahead. Then it moved slightly, or maybe the fog moved around it. I couldn't tell. I slowed immediately. The figure stood in the center of Highway 37, motionless, facing my patrol vehicle. I grabbed the radio. Dispatch, I've got a possible stranded individual on Highway 37. No answer. Just static. I tried again. Nothing. The figure remained perfectly still. I eased forward. Closer. Closer. The headlights illuminated a man. Middle-aged. Thin. Dark jacket. Mud-covered pants. Water dripping from his clothes. He looked like he'd just climbed out of the river. I stopped 20 yards away. The man didn't react. Didn't wave. Didn't step aside. Didn't blink. I opened my door. Cold air rushed inside. Sir. No response. The fog drifted around him. Sir, can you hear me? Still nothing. Something about him felt wrong. Not dangerous. Just wrong. Like he wasn't fully present. I stepped out. The night was silent. No insects. No wind. Nothing. Only distant water moving somewhere beyond the fields. The man stared directly at me. His face looked pale. Too pale. I started walking closer. My boots splashed through puddles. 10 yards. 8 yards. 6. Then something happened. A sound. Very faint. Behind me. I turned instinctively. Just a second. Maybe less. When I looked back, the man was gone. I froze. The road ahead was empty. Completely empty. No movement. No footsteps. No running figure disappearing into the darkness. Nothing. Just wet pavement. My heart began pounding. I swept my flashlight across the fields. The beam bounced across standing water and dead grass. No sign of him. I checked both sides of the highway. Still nothing. There was nowhere he could have gone. Not that quickly. Not without making noise. I searched for nearly 20 minutes. Nothing. Eventually, I convinced myself I'd lost sight of him in the fog. Maybe he'd wandered into a field. Maybe exhaustion was messing with my judgment. We'd all been running on caffeine and 4 hours of sleep. I got back into my vehicle. Continued patrol. Tried not to think about it. But the feeling stayed with me. That crawling discomfort. Around 2:30, dispatch finally responded to one of my earlier calls. The radio crackled. 12, repeat your last transmission. I frowned. My last transmission. About the stranded male. I glanced at the clock. Nearly 90 minutes had passed. You didn't hear me. Another pause. Then the dispatcher spoke. Her voice sounded uneasy. We received your transmission just now. I felt a chill. That's impossible. No response. The radio went silent again. For the rest of the night, I saw no one. No vehicles. No stranded residents. Nothing unusual. At least that's what I told myself. But just before sunrise, I passed the same section of road where I'd seen the man. And this time, something was lying on the pavement. A single object, half covered in mud. I pulled over, walked toward it. The morning light was beginning to appear beyond the horizon. Enough to see details. Enough to make my stomach tighten. It was a driver's license. Old. Water damaged. The photograph was faded, but not completely. I wiped away mud, looked closer, and felt my pulse stumble. The face in the photograph belonged to the man I'd seen standing in the road. There was no doubt about it. Same eyes, same jaw, same expression. The license had expired decades ago, issued in 1987. I turned it over. Read the name. Then I noticed another detail. A date handwritten across the back. A date that matched the biggest flood in county history. 23 years earlier. I didn't know who the man was yet. I didn't know why his license was sitting in the middle of Highway 37. And I definitely didn't know why the old flood report connected him to 6 people who had vanished without a trace. All I knew was that somewhere in the county records office, answers were waiting. And by the time I found them, I would wish I hadn't. I should have turned around the moment I saw the light. That would have been the smart thing to do. The flood zone was still dangerous. Roads were unstable. Power lines were down. Half the county looked like a war zone. Nobody was supposed to be living inside the evacuation area. Nobody. Yet at 1:14 in the morning, a yellow light was glowing from the second floor of a house that should have been empty. And somehow, deep down, I already knew it was connected to the man from Highway 37. I just didn't know how. The following night started normally enough. The sun disappeared behind thick clouds before evening even arrived. By midnight, the county looked abandoned. Most residents still hadn't returned home. The floodwater had receded in some areas, but many roads remained closed. Entire neighborhoods sat empty beneath layers of mud. I drove slowly through Sector 3. My headlights swept across ruined homes and overturned tractors. Every few miles, I'd stop and check barricades. Routine work. At least that's what I kept telling myself. But my thoughts kept drifting back to the driver's license. The face. The date. The man standing in the road. Earlier that afternoon, I'd gone through county archives. Not much was left from the old flood records. Boxes of damaged paperwork. Faded reports. Missing files. Still, I found enough to make me uncomfortable. The driver's license belonged to a man named Walter Grayson, 48 years old. Reported missing during the flood of 1987. Never found. Official status presumed drowned. That should have been the end of it. People disappear during disasters. Bodies get carried away. It happens, but one detail bothered me. The location. Walter Grayson was last seen near Highway 37, the exact same stretch of road where I'd seen him standing. The coincidence felt too perfect, too neat, and I hate coincidences, especially in police work. Around 1 in the morning, rain started falling again. Not heavy, just enough to blur the windshield. I switched on the wipers. The rhythmic scraping filled the patrol vehicle. Back and forth, back and forth. Outside, the darkness seemed thicker than usual. The flooded fields reflected almost no moonlight. Everything looked black. Then I noticed the house. At first, it appeared like any other damaged farmhouse, half hidden behind trees, sitting nearly a quarter mile from the road. I would have driven right past it if not for the light. A warm yellow glow. Second floor window. Steady and bright. I slowed immediately. My eyes locked onto it. The house sat inside a mandatory evacuation zone. No power should have been active. No residents had been cleared to return. Yet there it was. A light burning in the darkness. I pulled onto the shoulder. The engine idled quietly. Rain tapped against the roof. For nearly 30 seconds, I simply watched. The light never flickered, never moved, just glowed, like someone was awake inside. Watching, a strange unease settled in my stomach. I reached for the radio. Dispatch Unit 12. Static crackled. Then a response. 12, go ahead. I've got possible occupancy at an evacuated property off County Road 8. A pause. Then dispatch asked for the address. I read the marker from a nearby mailbox. Silence followed. Longer than expected. Finally, the dispatcher spoke. You sure about that location? Something in her voice made me sit straighter. Yeah. Another pause. Then she said something strange. Proceed with caution. Not unusual by itself. But the way she said it felt different. Like she knew something she wasn't telling me. I stepped out into the rain. Cold water immediately soaked my uniform. The house stood silent beyond the trees. No movement. No voices. Just that single glowing window. I grabbed my flashlight and started walking. Mud sucked at my boots. The ground remained soft from the flood. Several times I nearly lost my footing. The closer I got, the stranger the property looked. The flood had hit it hard. Sections of fencing were missing. A barn had collapsed completely. Tree branches covered parts of the yard. Yet the house itself remained standing. Mostly intact. Almost untouched. I stopped near the porch. The front door hung slightly open. A narrow gap. Just enough to see darkness inside. My flashlight beam swept across the porch. Wet footprints. Fresh ones. I crouched. Studied them carefully. Boot prints. Recent. Maybe only a few hours old. Someone had definitely walked through here. A small wave of relief hit me. Good. An actual explanation. Maybe a resident returned illegally. Maybe looters. Maybe someone sheltering inside. Anything was better than the thoughts running through my head. I climbed the porch steps. The old wood creaked beneath my weight. Sheriff's Department. No answer. Only rain. I pushed the door wider. The hinges groaned softly. My flashlight cut through darkness. The living room appeared frozen in time. Mud stains covered the walls. Furniture sat overturned. Water damage stretched nearly 4 feet high. The smell hit me immediately. Mold. Wet wood. Decay. But underneath it was another smell. Fresh coffee. I froze. Fresh. Not old. Not lingering. Fresh. Someone had brewed coffee recently. My pulse quickened. Sheriff's Department. Still nothing. The beam moved across the room. Then stopped. A mug. Sitting on a table. Steam no longer rose from it. But dark liquid remained inside. I stepped closer. Touched the side. Warm. Not hot. Warm. The coffee couldn't have been more than an hour old. Someone was here. Somewhere. A floorboard creaked above me. I looked toward the ceiling. Silence returned. Then another creak. Second floor, directly overhead. My hand instinctively moved toward my sidearm. Every nerve in my body felt alert. I started toward the staircase. One step at a time. The flashlight beam shook slightly. The old wood groaned beneath my boots. Halfway up, I noticed photographs hanging on the wall. Family pictures. Many had been damaged by water. Faces blurred. Frames cracked. But one photograph remained untouched. The image showed a family standing outside the house. A man. A woman. 2 children. My flashlight lingered on the man's face. My stomach tightened. It was Walter Grayson. The same man from the driver's license. The same man from Highway 37. For a moment, I simply stared. Rain rattled against distant windows. The house felt suddenly colder. Walter Grayson lived here, or had lived here, before disappearing decades ago. I continued upstairs. The yellow light glowed beneath a partially open door. The same light I'd seen from the road. My heart pounded harder. I approached slowly. Every step felt louder than it should. The hallway seemed impossibly quiet. The air felt heavy, almost suffocating. I reached the door, pushed it open, and stopped. The room was empty, completely empty. No person, no movement, nothing. Only an old oil lamp sitting on a desk. Its flame burned steadily, casting warm shadows across the room. I entered cautiously. My flashlight swept every corner. Nobody. The window faced the road. The exact window I'd seen from my patrol vehicle. Yet there was nowhere for anyone to hide. No closet. No second exit. Nothing. I stared at the lamp. Its flame danced softly. Someone had lit it recently. That much was obvious. But who? The answer arrived a second later. Not through sight. Through sound. A voice. Faint. Almost whispered. From downstairs. I froze. The voice wasn't speaking clearly. Just murmuring. Low and distant. Like someone talking to themselves. I rushed into the hallway. The voice stopped immediately. Silence swallowed the house. I descended the stairs quickly. Every room sat empty. The living room. The kitchen. The dining area. Nothing. No person. No intruder. No explanation. Yet the feeling remained. The undeniable certainty that someone had been standing there seconds earlier, watching me. I searched the entire property. Every room. Every shed. Every inch of the yard. Nothing. Finally, frustrated and exhausted, I prepared to leave. Then I noticed something beside the front door. A notebook, half hidden beneath a muddy coat. I picked it up. The cover was water damaged. The pages swollen. Most entries were unreadable, except the last page. Only one sentence remained visible. The handwriting looked shaky, desperate, as if written in a hurry. I aimed my flashlight closer and felt every hair on my arm stand up. The sentence read, "He keeps standing in the road every night." I stared at the words, unable to breathe, because the entry wasn't dated 1987. It was dated 3 days ago, and beneath the sentence was a name. Not Walter Grayson, not anyone I recognized, just initials, JM, whoever JM was. They had been inside this house recently. and somehow they had seen the same man I saw on Highway 37. But that wasn't the part that haunted me. The part that haunted me came later. Back at the station, when I checked county property records and discovered that nobody named JM had ever owned that house. In fact, according to every official document we had, the house had been empty for nearly 23 years. So who had been drinking coffee inside it? And who lit the lamp in the upstairs window? Because before dawn, another report would come across my desk. A report involving a missing person. A missing person whose initials were JM, and who had vanished only hours before I found that notebook. The first time I saw the family in the upstairs window, I convinced myself I was tired. The second time, I started losing sleep. The third time, I stopped looking for explanations. Because explanations require facts. And by then, facts had started disappearing. It began 2 nights after I found the notebook. The one with the initials JM. The one that mentioned the man standing in the road. I spent most of that day trying to identify who JM was. Missing persons reports, property records, hospital admissions. Nothing. Then shortly before sunset, dispatch called. A fisherman had discovered a body nearly 6 miles downstream from Highway 37. Male, early 40s, flood victim. At least that's what everyone assumed. Until I arrived. The body was lying beneath a blue tarp beside the riverbank. Mud covered everything. The smell of wet earth hung in the air. I pulled the tarp back. My stomach tightened. The dead man's wallet sat beside him. His driver's license identified him immediately. James Mercer. JM. The same initials from the notebook. The same initials written only hours before I found it. At first, that felt like progress. Finally, something real. Something I could work with. But then the coroner quietly told me something strange. James Mercer hadn't drowned. There was almost no water in his lungs. No major injuries. No sign of violence. No heart attack. No stroke. Nothing. It was as if he'd simply stopped living. That bothered me. But what bothered me more was where he was found. The river had carried flood debris everywhere. Yet James was discovered wearing clean clothes. His boots were spotless, like he'd never touched the mud surrounding him. I didn't tell anyone, but that image stayed with me all day. By midnight, I was back on patrol. The rain had finally stopped. Clouds drifted across the moon. The county looked different now. Quieter, almost empty. People were returning home in some areas. Not near Highway 37, though. That part remained abandoned. Most residents refused to come back. Some blamed flood damage. Others blamed rumors. Stories spread quickly after disasters. Strange lights. Missing livestock. Voices heard from flooded fields. I ignored all of it. At least I tried to. Then I saw the house again. The Grayson house. The same house with the lamp. The same house where the coffee had been warm. As I drove past, something caught my eye. Movement. Second floor. I slowed immediately. The upstairs light was on again. Only this time, I wasn't looking at an empty room. There were people standing in the window. 4 of them. Perfectly still. Watching the road. Watching me. A man. A woman. 2 children. My hands tightened around the steering wheel. The patrol vehicle rolled to a stop. For several seconds, I simply stared. The figures didn't move. Didn't wave. Didn't react. They just stood there. like mannequins arranged behind the glass. A cold sensation spread through my chest. I grabbed my spotlight and aimed it toward the house. The bright beam swept across the second floor. The window exploded with white light, and suddenly the room was empty. Nobody there. The figures vanished. Just gone. I cursed under my breath, stepped out of the vehicle, crossed the yard. Again, part of me hoped I'd find squatters, trespassers, anything normal. But deep down, I already knew what would happen. The front door stood open, exactly as before. The smell of mold lingered inside. The furniture hadn't moved. The photographs remained on the walls. Everything looked untouched. I climbed the stairs quickly. The room with the lamp sat at the end of the hallway. The light still glowed beneath the door. I pushed it open. Empty. Again. No people. No sounds. No footprints. Nothing. The lamp burned quietly on the desk. Its flame danced gently, as if someone had just left. I searched every room, every closet, the attic. Nothing. The family had vanished. Yet something new caught my attention. A framed photograph sitting beside the lamp. I was certain it hadn't been there before. The frame looked old, water-stained. Dust covered the edges. I picked it up. The picture showed the Grayson family. Walter, his wife, 2 children, standing outside the house, smiling, normal, happy. For a brief moment, relief washed over me. At least now I knew who I'd seen, or thought I'd seen. Then I looked closer. My pulse slowed. There was something wrong with the photograph. The children weren't looking at the camera. Neither was Walter. All 4 family members were staring toward the road, toward something outside the frame. Their expressions weren't happy. They looked frightened. I lowered the photograph. The room suddenly felt colder. Much colder. I left shortly after that. For the next 2 nights, nothing happened. No lights. No figures. No strange calls. The calm should have made me feel better. Instead, it made me nervous, like something was waiting. Then came the 4th night. The night everything changed. Fog rolled into the valley before sunset. By midnight, visibility had dropped to almost nothing. The world outside my windshield became gray and shapeless. Trees appeared and disappeared like shadows. Road signs emerged from the fog only when I was already passing them. Around 1 a.m, dispatch radioed me. A local farmer reported seeing lights near the Grayson property. I didn't tell dispatch I'd already been there multiple times. I simply acknowledged the call and headed out. The drive felt longer than usual. The fog swallowed everything. Even familiar roads looked unfamiliar. When I finally reached the property, I noticed something immediately. Every upstairs window was glowing. Not just one. All of them. Warm yellow light spilled through the glass. The house looked alive. Occupied. Awake. My heartbeat quickened. I parked near the road and stared. Then movement appeared. One figure. Then another. Then another. 4 silhouettes stepped into view. The family, standing behind separate windows, watching. The sight made my skin crawl, because they weren't moving naturally. They moved together, exactly together, as if controlled by a single mind. The father turned his head. The mother followed. Then the children. Same speed, same motion, perfect synchronization. I felt sick. No human family moves like that. I grabbed my binoculars from the passenger seat, raised them carefully. The figures became clearer, and what I saw nearly made me drop them. The faces weren't looking at the road. They were looking directly at me, at my exact position. Even through darkness, even through fog, I lowered the binoculars immediately. A wave of panic rushed through me. I couldn't explain it. Nothing threatening had happened. Nobody approached. Nobody spoke. Yet every instinct screamed that something was terribly wrong. Then one of the children raised an arm. Slowly, deliberately, pointing toward the road behind me. Not toward the house. Not toward the yard. Behind me. I turned instinctively. The road sat empty. Fog drifted across the pavement. Nothing else. When I looked back, the windows were dark, every light extinguished. At once, the house disappeared into darkness. I stood frozen beside my patrol vehicle, listening, waiting. The silence felt enormous. Then I heard something, a faint sound, very far away. An engine. I followed the noise with my eyes. Down Highway 37, past the flooded fields, past the tree line. A vehicle was moving through the fog, its headlights barely visible. Strange thing was, the road ahead remained closed. No civilian traffic should have been there. The vehicle moved slowly, almost drifting. Then it vanished into the fog. Gone. I jumped back into my cruiser and started after it. For nearly 10 minutes, I followed those distant lights. Sometimes they appeared. Sometimes they disappeared. Always staying just ahead. Finally, I reached the stretch of highway where I'd first seen Walter Grayson. The lights vanished completely. No vehicle. No tracks. Nothing. I stepped out. The night felt unnaturally still. Then my flashlight beam landed on something beside the road. A child's raincoat. Small, yellow, covered in mud. I picked it up. Inside one pocket was an old photograph. The same family. The Graysons. But this picture was different. On the back, someone had written a single sentence. The ink had faded with age. Yet I could still read it. If they are watching from the window, don't let them see you stop. I stood there for a long time, listening to distant water moving through the darkness, trying to understand what that warning meant, and why someone had carried it for decades. Because one question finally had an answer. The family wasn't appearing by accident. They wanted to be seen. But another question immediately replaced it. If they wanted people to see them, what happened to the people who actually stopped? The answer was sitting in a cardboard box the entire time. A damp cardboard box covered in dust. One shelf. One forgotten evidence room. One report nobody had touched in nearly 24 years. And when I finally opened it, I stopped sleeping. Not for a few days. Not for a few weeks. I mean years. Even now, I still wake up some nights thinking about that family standing behind the upstairs window. Still wondering whether they were trying to warn me, or trying to lure me somewhere. Because after everything I learned, one fact became impossible to ignore. The Grayson family had been dead long before I ever saw them. And somehow, they knew things they shouldn't have known. The morning after finding the yellow raincoat, I went straight to the county records building. The flood had damaged part of the archive, but older sheriff reports were still stored in the basement. I spent nearly 4 hours digging through files. Most were useless. Insurance records, property disputes, routine paperwork. Then I found a case number attached to Walter Grayson's name. Missing persons investigation. Flood event, October 1987. I carried the file upstairs, made coffee, sat alone in a small office. Outside, rain tapped softly against the windows, the kind of peaceful sound that usually helps you focus. Not that day. That day, every page felt heavier than the last. According to the report, Walter Grayson never evacuated. Neither did his wife, Linda, or their 2 children. Neighbors said Walter believed the flood warnings were exaggerated. He thought the river would stop rising, thought they had more time. They didn't. One witness reported seeing water surround the property shortly after midnight. Another claimed they heard screaming sometime before dawn. Rescue crews reached the area the next afternoon. The house was empty. The family was gone. No bodies. No survivors. Nothing. Officially, they were presumed drowned. Case closed. Simple. Tragic. Understandable. But buried near the end of the report was a handwritten note. The writing belonged to the sheriff working the case back then, a man named Robert Hayes. I knew the name. Everyone in the department did. He'd retired years ago. Legendary sheriff. 40 years of service. Respected by everybody. The note was short. Only 3 sentences. But I must have read them 20 times. It said, family observed in 2nd floor window on 3 separate nights following flood. Property searched each time. No occupants found. I stared at those words. My mouth went dry. The room suddenly felt too small. Because that meant I wasn't the first. Hayes had seen them too. 23 years earlier. The exact same family. In the exact same window. I immediately looked him up. Retired. Still living locally. Small cabin north of town. That afternoon, I drove out to see him. The sky remained gray. Rain drifted through the trees. The entire drive felt surreal. Part of me hoped he'd laugh. Tell me the note was a joke. Tell me there was a reasonable explanation. Instead, when I mentioned the Grayson family, the old sheriff went silent. Completely silent. His eyes dropped to the floor. For several seconds, neither of us spoke. Then he quietly asked, "You've seen them too?" The way he said it made my stomach tighten. Not surprise. Recognition. Like he'd been expecting this conversation for years. I nodded. The old man leaned back slowly. His face looked tired. Older than before. Much older. You should leave that house alone. That was his first piece of advice. Not explanation. Not reassurance. A warning. I asked him what happened. He stared out the window for a long moment, watching rain slide down the glass. Then he told me a story I'd never heard before. After the 1987 flood, reports started coming in from patrol deputies. Lights in the Grayson house. Voices. People standing upstairs. Most reports were ignored. Everyone assumed stress and exhaustion were causing mistakes. Then something changed. Several witnesses started describing the same details. Same family. Same window. Same behavior. Watching. Always watching. Never speaking. Never leaving. The old sheriff investigated personally. Multiple times. Every search ended the same way. Empty house. No evidence. No explanation. Then he mentioned something that made my blood run cold. 3 people disappeared during those investigations. Not deputies, civilians, local residents. Each one reported seeing the family shortly before vanishing. The first was a farmer. The second was a delivery driver. The third was a teenager. None were ever found. The old sheriff stopped talking after that. His eyes remained fixed on the rain outside. I finally asked him the question that had been bothering me for days. Did you ever find out what happened to the Graysons? His answer came immediately. No. Then he looked at me. Really looked at me. And I noticed genuine fear behind his eyes. Fear that had survived decades. The water reached them before rescue did. I frowned. What does that mean? He swallowed slowly. I think they knew they were trapped. A long pause followed. The family stayed upstairs while the flood kept rising. The image formed instantly inside my head. Dark water filling rooms. Furniture floating. Children trapped. Parents unable to escape. Waiting. Watching the road. Watching for help. Watching for anyone. The old sheriff continued. Every witness described the same thing. I didn't want to ask, but I did. What thing? His answer still haunts me. The family always appeared to be looking toward the road. A chill spread through my body, because I'd noticed the same thing. The photographs, the windows, the way they stared outward. Always outward. Always searching. As if waiting for someone who never arrived. For a moment, I almost felt sorry for them. Almost. Then Hayes told me one final detail. Something he'd never included in the official report. During one of his searches, he found writing scratched into a bedroom wall upstairs. Not painted. Not written. Scratched. Deep enough to leave marks in the wood. The message read, "We can see the road, but they can't see us." When he returned with another deputy the next day, the writing was gone. The wall looked untouched, like it had never existed. I left his cabin shortly afterward. The drive back felt unreal. The world outside seemed distant, muted, like I was moving through a dream. Part of me wanted to forget everything. Ignore the house. Ignore Highway 37. Move on. Then dispatch called. A routine welfare check. Nothing serious. An elderly man who hadn't answered his phone. Simple. Normal. Exactly what I needed. The house sat 20 miles away from the flood zone. Far from Highway 37. Far from the Grayson property. That alone made me feel better. For a little while, the old man answered the door immediately. Alive, healthy, embarrassed that someone had called on him. The situation resolved in minutes. I was already heading back toward my cruiser when something caught my eye. A window, second floor, across the street. Inside a completely different house. A family stood behind the glass, watching. A man, a woman, 2 children. My heart stopped. The distance was too great to see faces clearly. But I knew. The same shapes, the same posture, the same stillness. I blinked. The figures remained. Watching, then a passing truck moved between us. Only for a second. When it passed, the window was empty. I stood frozen beside my patrol vehicle. My breathing shallow. My pulse racing. The house belonged to a family currently living in another state. I knew because I'd handled their evacuation paperwork personally. Nobody should have been inside. Nobody. That was the moment everything changed. Before then, I believed the Grayson family was connected to the house, to the flood, to the land itself. Now I wasn't sure, because somehow they had appeared miles away, far outside the evacuation zone. And later that night, when I reviewed old missing person reports again, I discovered something even worse. Every person who vanished after seeing the family had one thing in common. Not the house, not Highway 37, not the flood, the road. Each witness reported stopping their vehicle before the sightings began, exactly like I had. And buried inside the oldest report was a sentence that made my hands shake. A sentence written by someone who disappeared the following day. It read, "They aren't watching the road anymore. They're watching me." The voice came through the radio at exactly 2:17 in the morning. Calm, professional, like any other deputy checking in during a long shift. The only problem was that nobody knew who he was. Unit 4 requesting status update. I remember glancing at my dashboard clock, then looking at the radio, then looking back at the empty road ahead. Something about the transmission felt normal. Too normal. Like it belonged there. Yet the moment dispatch answered, I knew something wasn't right. There was confusion in the dispatcher's voice. A hesitation. A few seconds of silence. Then she responded, "Repeat your unit number." The voice came back immediately. Unit 4. Silence followed. Longer this time. I could almost picture dispatch staring at her screen, checking records, looking for a deputy who didn't exist. Finally, she replied, "Unit 4, identify yourself." Nothing. No answer. Only static. The transmission ended. And that should have been the end of it. A strange radio glitch. Nothing more. At least that's what I told myself. But 3 nights later, I was still thinking about that voice. And by then, the voice had started talking directly to me. The flood had changed everything in Blackwater County. Roads were gone. Bridges washed away. Entire sections of farmland sat underwater. Even after the river retreated, huge areas remained cut off from the rest of the county. That's why I was assigned to Sector 4. Miles of back roads, abandoned properties, flooded creeks, mostly empty land. The kind of patrol area where hours could pass without seeing another person. During the day, it wasn't bad. At night, it felt different. The darkness seemed deeper, the silence heavier, especially after the flood. Water has a way of changing places, even when it's gone. I had worked those roads for nearly 6 years. Yet after the disaster, familiar places felt wrong. Trees leaned at strange angles. Fields had become lakes. Entire stretches of road simply ended where pavement had collapsed. Every night felt like driving through a county I didn't recognize. 3 days after the first strange transmission, I started my shift just before sunset. The sky looked bruised. Dark clouds hung low over the valley. Patches of fog drifted above flooded fields. Everything felt damp, even the air. Dispatch handed me the usual assignments: road checks, barrier inspections, welfare checks. Nothing unusual. I grabbed coffee and headed east. For the first few hours, everything stayed quiet, almost peaceful. I checked barricades, marked damaged roads, helped an elderly farmer move fallen debris from his driveway. Normal police work, the kind of work that keeps your mind occupied. By midnight, the roads were empty. Only my headlights moved through the darkness. The windshield reflected pale dashboard lights. The radio crackled occasionally with routine traffic. Then came the voice again. Unit 4 to dispatch. My hands tightened around the steering wheel. Same voice. Same calm tone. Same strange certainty. Dispatch answered immediately this time. Unit 4, identify yourself. A pause. Then the reply. I'm in Sector 4. The transmission fizzled. Static swallowed the rest. I glanced around instinctively. My patrol vehicle was the only unit assigned there. I knew that for a fact. The nearest deputy was nearly 20 miles away. Dispatch tried again. No answer. The voice vanished. I waited for someone to explain it. Nobody did. Eventually, routine radio traffic resumed. Like nothing had happened. But something had changed. I couldn't stop listening. Every crackle, every burst of static, every transmission. Part of me expected that voice to return. And around 1:30 it did. This time much closer. So close it sounded like someone sitting beside me. Unit 4 requesting assistance. The words hit me immediately. Not because of what was said. Because of how it sounded. The man wasn't scared. Wasn't panicked. He sounded tired. Exhausted. Like someone who'd been waiting a very long time. Dispatch answered instantly. Location. A burst of static followed. Then a few words emerged. Old County Road. More static. The water rising. Then silence. I slowed my vehicle. The hairs on my arm stood up. Old County Road. That wasn't a road anymore. Not officially. The flood had erased most of it decades ago. Part of it still appeared on old maps, but the river had claimed it years before I joined the department. Nobody lived there. Nobody patrolled there. There wasn't even a reason for anyone to be there. Yet somehow the voice knew its name. A few minutes later, I radioed dispatch myself. You getting all this? The dispatcher sounded uneasy. Yeah. You know who it is? No. Can you trace it? A pause. Then, the signal isn't staying in one place. I frowned. What does that mean? Another pause. It keeps moving. That answer didn't help. If anything, it made things worse. Because radio signal don't wander around the county by themselves. At least not normally. The next hour passed slowly. The rain returned. A steady drizzle tapping against the roof. My headlights reflected off wet pavement. The world outside became a tunnel of darkness. Then I noticed something strange. Every mile marker along the road displayed the same number. 17. At first, I thought I was imagining it. I passed one marker. 17. Then another. 17. Then another. Still 17. I actually stopped the cruiser and backed up. The sign changed. Now it read 14. I drove forward again. 17. A strange chill settled into my stomach. I checked my GPS. The screen froze, then restarted itself. The road ahead disappeared from the map completely. For a brief moment, I considered heading back, calling it a night, blaming exhaustion. But before I could decide, the radio activated again. This time, the voice spoke directly to me. Unit 12. I nearly dropped the microphone. Nobody had called my unit number all night. Nobody except dispatch knew my exact location. Yet the voice continued. Calm, measured, almost relieved. Good, you're still here. I stared at the radio, unable to speak. The transmission crackled softly. Then came another sentence, a sentence that made my blood run cold. I thought the water got you too. Silence followed. No static. No background noise. Nothing. Only those words hanging in the darkness. I grabbed the microphone. Who is this? No response. Identify yourself. Still nothing. Then dispatch suddenly broke in. Her voice sounded panicked. Unit 12, what's your location? I looked around. The road felt unfamiliar. The trees seemed wrong. The darkness beyond my headlights looked endless. I checked the GPS again. Blank screen. No signal. Nothing. I don't know. The words came out before I realized it. For the first time in my career, I genuinely didn't know where I was. The realization hit hard. My pulse quickened. I turned the cruiser around immediately. Started driving west. At least I hoped it was west. The road stretched endlessly ahead. No intersections. No signs. No houses. Just darkness. Then I saw headlights. Far ahead. A vehicle approaching. Relief flooded through me. Finally, another person. Another unit maybe. The headlights grew brighter. Closer. Closer. Then something strange happened. The vehicle never arrived. No matter how long I drove, the distance never changed. The headlights remained exactly where they were, neither approaching nor retreating, just hanging there in the darkness. Watching. For nearly 5 minutes I followed them. Then they vanished. Gone. Like someone switched them off. At the exact same moment, the radio activated again. The voice sounded different now. Softer. Almost sad. Don't follow the lights. A pause. Then, that's how we got trapped. My foot eased off the accelerator. Every muscle in my body felt tense. Because he hadn't said I would get trapped. He said we. As if he wasn't alone. As if others were with him. Waiting somewhere beyond the darkness. Then the transmission ended. And seconds later, my GPS suddenly came back online. The road reappeared. So did my location. I was parked less than 2 miles from the river, near the remains of Old County Road, a place I had never intentionally driven toward, a place nobody should have been able to reach without crossing multiple barricades. Yet there I was, alone, the rain falling steadily around me. And before sunrise, dispatch would uncover something buried inside flood records from 21 years earlier. A deputy, assigned to Sector 4, call sign Unit 4, missing during a flood rescue operation. Never found. Last radio transmission. Water rising, requesting assistance. The exact words I had heard that night. The first time the voice called me by name, I nearly drove into a ditch. Not my badge number. Not my unit number. My actual name. The name only dispatch used over private channels. The name nobody should have known. Especially not a deputy who had supposedly disappeared 21 years ago. The transmission came just after midnight. 3 nights after dispatch uncovered the old report. 3 nights after we confirmed that Unit 4 had once been a real deputy. Deputy Mark Ellis, missing during a flood rescue operation. Vehicle never recovered. Body never found. Case closed. At least officially. But every night after that discovery, the radio activity got worse. More frequent. more specific, and somehow more desperate. The voice wasn't just talking anymore. It was asking for help. The kind of help you ask for when you think you're about to die. The storm returned on a Thursday. Heavy clouds rolled across the county before sunset. By dark, rain hammered the roads again. Not enough to cause another flood, but enough to bring back memories. The river looked angry, restless, like it remembered what happened. I started patrol around 9. Coffee in one hand, radio chatter filling the cab. Everything felt normal for almost 3 hours. Then the county disappeared. At least that's what it felt like. One moment, I was driving through familiar farmland. The next, thick fog poured across the road. Dense, white, unnatural. Visibility dropped to almost nothing. The world outside, my headlights became a wall. Trees vanished. Fields vanished. Even road signs disappeared. The radio crackled softly. Then the voice returned. Unit 12. My stomach tightened immediately. I knew that voice now. Calm, tired, distant, like someone speaking from very far away. I grabbed the microphone. What do you want? A pause. Then, please hurry. The words caught me off guard. Not because they were frightening, because they sounded human. Genuinely human. Like someone who needed help. Like someone trapped. For a moment, I forgot all the weirdness. Forgot the missing deputy. Forgot the flood records. Instinct took over. Police training. If somebody asks for help, you help them. Where are you? Static crackled. Then, River Road. I frowned. River Road didn't exist anymore. The original road had been destroyed nearly 15 years ago. The river changed course and swallowed most of it. Nothing remained except scattered pieces of pavement underwater. Yet the voice sounded certain. Near the bridge. A chill ran through me. There was no bridge. Not anymore. The bridge collapsed during the flood that killed Deputy Ellis. I checked my mirrors. The fog seemed thicker now. Almost moving. Shifting around the cruiser. Dispatch suddenly cut in. 12, ignore the transmission. I looked at the radio. Excuse me. 12, do not investigate. Her voice sounded nervous. More nervous than I'd ever heard. I pressed the microphone. You know where it's coming from. A pause. Then, no. That answer somehow felt worse. Because dispatch wasn't denying the transmission anymore. They weren't calling it interference or equipment malfunction. Everyone was hearing it now. Everyone. I kept driving, trying to ignore it, trying to focus on patrol. Then the voice returned, softer this time. We're running out of time. We, not I. We. The word stayed with me. How many people were there? Who exactly was trapped? Questions kept piling up. Answers never came. About 30 minutes later, I stopped near an abandoned gas station to complete a road closure report. The building sat empty. Flood damage covered most of it. Broken windows, collapsed canopy, weeds growing through cracked concrete. Nothing unusual. I finished the paperwork, returned to the cruiser, then noticed something strange. Fresh tire tracks. They crossed the muddy lot. Recent. Very recent. The rain hadn't washed them away yet. I followed them with my flashlight. The tracks continued behind the building, toward open fields, toward nowhere. Curiosity got the better of me. I walked farther. The beam cut across wet grass. Puddles reflected pale moonlight through breaks in the clouds. Then I found another set of tracks. These weren't from a vehicle. They were boot prints. Deep, fresh, leading toward the darkness. I crouched, studied them carefully. Something felt wrong. The spacing, the depth, the pattern. Whoever made them had been walking through mud. But the prints never turned back, only forward, as if the person had walked into the night and never returned. The radio activated suddenly, loud enough to make me flinch. 12. The voice sounded closer than ever, almost beside me. Can you see us? I spun around instinctively. The field stretched empty in every direction. Nothing moved. Nothing at all. Then the transmission continued. Please don't leave. The words echoed through static. A strange feeling settled inside me. Not fear. Not yet. Something worse. Pity. Because for the first time, the voice sounded scared. Genuinely scared. Like someone trapped somewhere impossible. I returned to the cruiser. Started driving again. But the transmission kept coming. Every 10 minutes. Every 15. Always asking for help. Always from a different location. An old bridge. A washed-out road. A submerged intersection. Places that no longer existed. Places erased years ago. Around 2 a.m, dispatch contacted me privately. The dispatcher sounded exhausted, like she hadn't slept. We found something. I sat up straighter. What? A long pause. Then, every location mentioned by the voice appears in old flood reports. My pulse quickened. All of them. All of them. I looked through the windshield. Rain streamed down the glass. Outside, the county seemed darker than ever. Dispatch continued. Every location was the site of a flood death. Silence filled the radio. Heavy silence. The kind that changes how you breathe. Then she added one more detail. The detail that still bothers me. Most of the victims were never recovered. I didn't know what to say. Part of me wanted to stop listening. Stop thinking about it. But curiosity is dangerous, especially when you're already scared. The rest of the night passed slowly. No more calls. No more strange transmissions. Eventually, dawn began creeping over the horizon. Gray light spread across flooded fields. Birds started singing again. The world felt normal. Almost. I finished patrol and headed toward the station. Then the radio activated one final time. The voice sounded weaker now. Fainter, like someone losing strength. 12. I grabbed the microphone immediately. What? Static hissed softly. Then came a sentence I'll never forget. They found my car. I froze. The voice continued. In the water. A pause. Then, but they never looked underneath. The transmission ended. Completely. No static. No signal. Nothing. Just silence. I sat there staring at the radio, trying to understand what I'd heard, trying to convince myself it meant nothing. Then I arrived at the station and found 3 patrol vehicles parked outside the evidence garage. Everyone looked tense. Everyone looked awake despite the early hour. The sheriff himself met me at the door. His expression told me something had happened. Something serious. Before I could ask, he handed me a folder. Inside were photographs taken only an hour earlier. photographs of a vehicle discovered during flood recovery operations. An old sheriff's cruiser, buried beneath 20 feet of water. The unit number painted on the side was faded, but still visible. Unit 4. And according to divers, something else had been found beneath it. Something trapped under the wreckage. Something that looked disturbingly human. The recovery team planned to return at sunrise. But before they could reach the site, another transmission would arrive. One that made every radio in the county go silent. Because the voice wasn't asking for help anymore. It was warning us not to come. The voice didn't want us to find him. That was the first thing I realized. Not after days of radio transmissions. Not after the recovered patrol car. Not after the flood records. I realized it the moment I heard fear in his voice. Real fear. The kind a man feels when he's trying to save someone else's life. Because whatever was speaking through that radio wasn't asking us to stay away anymore. It was begging us. And somehow that frightened me more than anything else. The transmission arrived at 4:11 in the morning. Every radio in the county heard it. Patrol units, dispatch, emergency services, even volunteer rescue channels. The voice cut through the static like a knife. Calm at first, then strained, like someone struggling against exhaustion. Do not come down here. A burst of interference followed. Then, the water isn't empty. Silence swallowed the channel. Nobody spoke. Nobody moved. For several seconds, the entire county seemed frozen. Then dispatch exploded with questions. Every unit wanted answers. Nobody had any. I sat inside the briefing room, staring at the recovered photographs of Unit 4's cruiser. The image felt wrong. The vehicle had been underwater for more than 2 decades. Yet parts of it looked almost untouched. The driver's side door stood slightly open. The windshield remained intact. And beneath the vehicle, something was visible. A shape, human-sized, trapped underneath. The recovery team planned to return at daylight. But after that transmission, nobody looked eager anymore. Especially not me. By sunrise, a storm front had moved across the county. Dark clouds rolled above the river valley. The water looked black beneath them. Cold, endless, waiting. The recovery site sat near the remains of Old County Road. What used to be a bridge crossing. Before the flood destroyed everything. I arrived with 2 deputies and a dive team shortly after 7. Nobody talked much. The mood felt heavy. The river carried a strange silence that morning. No birds, no insects, only water, slowly moving through the trees. The divers entered first. Their equipment splashed quietly beneath gray skis. Everyone watched from shore. Minutes passed. Then one diver surfaced. His expression looked confused. Not frightened. Confused. He climbed onto the bank, removed his mask, looked directly at the sheriff. The cruiser's there. A pause, but nothing's underneath it. The sheriff frowned. What do you mean? The diver glanced back toward the water. There's nothing there. We all exchanged looks. The photographs clearly showed something. Everyone had seen it. Yet according to the diver, the riverbed beneath the vehicle was empty. The sheriff ordered another search. Then another. Same result. Nothing. No remains. No evidence. No explanation. The shape visible in the photographs simply didn't exist. That should have ended the mystery. Instead, it made everything worse. Because around noon, Dispatch discovered something buried inside archived radio recordings. Old emergency transmissions from the flood 21 years earlier. Most were damaged, incomplete, barely understandable. But one recording survived, and it belonged to Deputy Mark Ellis. Unit 4, The Missing Deputy. I listened to it alone, headphones on, door closed, rain tapping softly against the station windows. The audio crackled constantly. Flood interference, damaged signal, yet his voice remained clear. Young, tired, scared. The recording lasted only 43 seconds, but one sentence stood out immediately. I can still hear them calling from the road. I replayed it. Again and again. The words never changed. Calling from the road. Not the river. The road. At first I assumed he meant stranded civilians. Flood victims. People needing rescue. Then the next line played, and my blood turned cold. They keep saying my name. I removed the headphones, sat motionless, trying to process what I'd heard, because that was exactly what had happened to me. The radio, the voice, the way it knew things, the way it knew my location, my name. Suddenly, none of it felt random anymore. That evening, I requested access to every surviving flood document connected to Ellis. Personnel reports, search records, witness statements, everything. The deeper I dug, the stranger the story became. According to official reports, Ellis vanished while attempting to reach stranded motorists near Old County Road. Heavy rain, rising water, poor visibility. Nothing unusual. Then witnesses reported hearing radio traffic after his disappearance. Days afterward, weeks afterward, one witness even claimed the transmissions continued for nearly 6 months. Nobody believed him. The report dismissed it as stress, trauma, grief, but I wasn't laughing anymore, because I had heard those transmissions myself. Around sunset, I made a decision I still regret. I decided to find the signal, not trace it through equipment, not analyze it through dispatch. Find it personally. The radio logs showed one common factor. Every transmission originated somewhere near the old bridge crossing, the exact location where the flood killed dozens of people, including Deputy Ellis. I waited until dark, then drove out alone. The river valley looked different at night. The flood had scarred everything. Dead trees rose from shallow water. Mud covered entire fields. The landscape felt abandoned, forgotten, like the disaster never truly ended. Rain drifted through the darkness, light enough to hear, too light to see clearly. The deeper I traveled into the valley, the quieter everything became. Soon even radio chatter disappeared. Only static remained. Then the voice returned, soft, almost whispering. 12. I didn't answer. The transmission continued. You're close. My hands tightened around the wheel. Outside, fog rolled across the road. The world beyond my headlights vanished. I drove slower, following the signal, following the voice. The radio crackled again. Keep going. Then silence. The road ended 15 minutes later. Or at least it should have, according to modern maps. Yet ahead of me stretched another section of pavement. Old pavement, cracked, weathered, partially submerged. A road that shouldn't exist. My headlights illuminated faded lane markings beneath shallow water. The remains of Old County Road. Somehow visible, somehow exposed. I sat motionless, staring. Every instinct told me to turn around. Instead, I kept driving. The tires rolled through standing water. The road led directly toward the river, toward darkness, toward the place where Deputy Ellis disappeared. Then I saw the headlights, two distant points of light, waiting ahead. My stomach dropped. The same lights I'd seen days earlier. Motionless, watching. The radio activated instantly. Don't stop. The voice sounded urgent now. Terrified. For several seconds, I couldn't move. The lights remained fixed ahead, neither approaching nor retreating, just waiting. Then another voice suddenly appeared. Not Ellis. Someone else. Older. Male. The transmission burst through static. Mark. I froze. The voice continued. Mark, where are you? Silence. Then Ellis responded. Not to me. To him. His answer sounded broken. Exhausted. Like a man trapped somewhere impossible. I'm still here. The words hit me harder than anything I'd heard before. Because this wasn't a conversation meant for me. It wasn't a haunting or a warning. It was a radio call. One side of a conversation lost in time. The older voice spoke again, panic creeping into every word. Mark, listen to me, turn around. A long pause followed. Then Ellis whispered something so quiet I nearly missed it. They already crossed. My pulse quickened. Crossed what? The road. The river. I never found out. Because the transmission suddenly became chaos. Static exploded across the channel. Voices overlapped. Screaming. Water. Then one final sentence emerged. Clearer than everything else. Not from Ellis. From the older man. A sentence directed at someone else. Someone who never answered. Don't let him follow the headlights. The transmission ended. Complete silence followed. The lights ahead vanished immediately. Gone. The old road disappeared too. Only black water remained beyond my headlights. The pavement had vanished beneath the river, like it was never there. I sat alone in the darkness, rain tapping softly against the windshield, trying to understand what I just heard, trying to understand who the final warning was meant for, because it wasn't meant for me. I know that now. The voice belonged to the sheriff supervising Ellis's rescue 21 years earlier. The same sheriff who died 3 years after the flood. The same sheriff who never recovered Ellis. The same sheriff whose final report contained a single handwritten sentence buried at the bottom of the page. A sentence nobody noticed until the next morning. A sentence that made me stop investigating forever. It read, "If anyone hears Unit 4 again, do not answer." Something started answering back. The church should have been underwater. That was the first thing that bothered me. Not the storm, not the evacuation orders, not even the fact that half the county was disappearing beneath floodwater. It was that church, standing there in the middle of it all. Dry, untouched, waiting. The flood arrived faster than anyone expected. 3 days of nonstop rain turned creeks into rivers and rivers into monsters. Fields vanished. Roads collapsed. Entire farms became islands overnight. By the 4th day, every deputy in the county was working double shifts. Nobody went home. Nobody slept much. We were too busy pulling people out. Too busy watching the water rise. I started my evacuation sweep just before sunset. Sector 7, mostly farmland, long dirt roads, old houses, barns, a few scattered businesses. The kind of place where everyone knows everyone. The kind of place that suddenly felt very alone. Rain hammered the windshield as I drove. The wipers fought to keep up. Fields stretched away on both sides of the road, covered in dark water. Fence posts stuck out like broken fingers. Telephone poles leaned slightly from the soaked ground. Everything looked exhausted, like the land itself had given up. Dispatch kept feeding me addresses. House after house. Family after family. Most people had already left. Others needed convincing. A few refused completely. That happened every flood season. Some people trusted luck more than warnings. Usually, they regretted it. The sun disappeared behind thick clouds. Darkness arrived early. The world outside my cruiser became gray and black. Rain and shadow. Water and mud. Nothing else. Then I received a call from dispatch. Need one more sweep near Miller Road. I glanced at the map. The location sat near the river. One of the worst areas. Copy. The radio crackled, then went silent. I turned east. The road narrowed. Floodwater crept across sections of pavement. The deeper I drove, the emptier everything became. No lights. No vehicles. No people. Just rain. At first I thought I was alone. Then I noticed movement. A man stood beside a mailbox. Perfectly still. Water reached his knees. My headlights swept across him. He didn't wave. Didn't react. Just watched. I slowed immediately. Rolled down the window. You need evacuation assistance. No response. Rain ran down his face. He looked older. Maybe 60. Maybe older. Hard to tell. The darkness distorted everything. I stepped out. The cold rain soaked my uniform instantly. Sir. The man turned slowly, then pointed down the road, toward the river, toward a place nobody should have been walking from. I followed his gesture, saw nothing. When I looked back, the man was gone. Just gone. The mailbox remained. The water remained. But the man had disappeared. I searched with my flashlight. Nothing. No footprints. No movement. No sign he had ever been there. A strange feeling settled into my stomach. The kind you can't explain. The kind every cop learns to respect. I returned to the cruiser. Continued toward Miller Road. Trying not to think about what I'd seen. Trying to convince myself there was an explanation. 10 minutes later, I reached the final property on my list. An old farmhouse. Abandoned. Windows boarded. Driveway flooded. Nobody there. Sweep complete. I should have turned around. Instead, I noticed something strange. A light. Far away. Across the flooded fields. A warm yellow glow. Steady. Unmoving. At first I assumed it was another house. Then I checked the map. Nothing should have been there. No homes. No businesses. Nothing. Curiosity got the better of me. I drove closer. The road curved around a flooded pasture. The light remained visible, growing larger, brighter, and eventually I realized what I was looking at. A church. Small, white, old-fashioned, standing alone near the river. The sight stopped me cold. because every piece of land around it was underwater. Water surrounded the building from every direction, yet somehow the church itself remained dry. Not damp, not partially flooded, dry, as if the water refused to touch it. I parked beside the road, stepped out. Rain poured from the sky. Thunder rolled somewhere in the distance. The church sat perhaps 100 yards away. Its windows glowed softly, golden light shining through stained glass. The place looked peaceful, beautiful even, and completely wrong. There was no visible path leading to it. No bridge, no raised ground, nothing. The church should have been isolated, yet somehow light burned inside. I radioed dispatch, asked if anyone lived there. No answer came immediately. A minute later, dispatch replied, "No church listed in that location." I frowned. "What do you mean?" Silence. Then, "There's no church on the map." I stared at the building, the bell tower, the stained glass, the front doors, everything clearly visible. Yet according to county records, it didn't exist. The radio crackled again. "You okay out there?" I hesitated, then answered, "Yeah," but I wasn't, because something felt terribly wrong. I don't know how long I stood there watching. Maybe 2 minutes, maybe 10. Time felt strange. The rain softened suddenly. The wind died. Even the thunder stopped. The entire world became quiet. Too quiet. Then I noticed movement inside. A figure, standing behind one of the stained glass windows, watching me. My pulse quickened. The figure didn't move, didn't wave, just stood there, a dark silhouette against warm light. For a moment, I felt relief. At least someone was inside. Someone who might explain everything. I grabbed my flashlight and started walking. Water splashed around my boots. The church grew larger, closer. The figure remained motionless, watching. Halfway there, something changed. The church bell rang. One loud note, deeper, heavy. The sound echoed across the flooded fields. Then silence returned. I stopped walking. A strange memory surfaced. Something I'd heard years ago, during academy training. A local story. An old flood. A church swept away by the river decades earlier. The building had supposedly stood somewhere near this area. I suddenly couldn't remember where, or why the story came back now. The figure vanished from the window. My stomach tightened. The church looked different somehow. Not physically different, emotionally different. Like a mask had slipped. The warm glow inside no longer felt welcoming. It felt watchful. I continued forward anyway. Another 20 yards, then 30. The water deepened unexpectedly, reaching my thighs. The current tugged at my legs. Strong, dangerous. I stopped immediately. Something wasn't right. The ground should have remained shallow. Instead, it dropped away sharply, almost like an unseen channel cut through the field. I swept my flashlight downward and froze. There was no grass beneath the water, no field, no soil, only pavement, an old road, submerged beneath the flood. The realization hit hard. I wasn't crossing a field. I was standing on a drowned road, one erased from modern maps, the same direction the old man had pointed earlier, the same direction the church stood. A cold chill crawled through my body. Then the church lights flickered. Once, twice, three times, and suddenly every window went dark. The building vanished into the storm. Not literally, but without the light, it became a silhouette. A black shape surrounded by black water. The sight felt ancient. Wrong. The bell rang again. One heavy note. Then another. Then another. Slow. Measured. Like a countdown. I backed away instinctively. Water pushed against my legs. The current felt stronger now. Hungry. Pulling. The church remained silent. Dark. Watching. Then lightning flashed across the valley. For one brief second, the entire landscape illuminated. And I saw the truth. The church wasn't standing above the water. It was standing in it. The lower half of the building sat submerged. The flood had already reached the windows, reached the doors, reached the bell tower steps. The dry church I'd been staring at all evening never existed. Somehow I simply hadn't noticed. When darkness returned, I ran. Back toward the road. Back toward the cruiser. Back toward something that made sense. Behind me, the bell rang one final time. A long, mournful sound that echoed across the flooded farms. I never looked back. Not then. Not when I reached the vehicle. Not when I drove away. Because deep down, I already knew something. The church wasn't the reason I had been sent there. It was waiting for someone else. And later that night, when dispatch informed me that an entire rescue crew had vanished near the old river crossing, I learned the road beneath the floodwater had a name. Highway 37. I should have stayed away from the church. Every instinct I had was telling me that. Every mile I drove after seeing it, that feeling only got stronger. But by sunrise, something else had taken hold. Curiosity. The kind that keeps you awake after a bad dream. The kind that makes you go back even when you know better. Because no matter how many explanations I came up with, one question wouldn't leave me alone. Why had I seen lights inside a church that wasn't supposed to exist? The next morning, the storm finally weakened. Gray clouds still covered the sky, but the rain had stopped. Floodwater remained everywhere. Fields looked like lakes. Roads were buried beneath mud. The entire county smelled like wet earth and river water. I slept maybe 2 hours. Not enough. Every time I closed my eyes, I heard the church bell. That slow, lonely sound rolling across the flooded farms. By noon, I was back on patrol. Officially, I was helping with evacuation follow-ups. Unofficially, I was trying to find that church again. I didn't tell anyone. Not dispatch. Not the sheriff. Not even my partner. Because the moment I tried explaining it out loud, it sounded ridiculous. A church that wasn't on any map. Lights in the middle of a flood. A building that looked dry until lightning revealed otherwise. None of it made sense. Around 3 in the afternoon, I finally reached the area again. The sky looked brighter now. The floodwater reflected pale sunlight. For the first time in days, the world felt almost normal. Almost. I parked near the same stretch of road. The same flooded pasture. The same drowned fields. Then I looked toward where the church had stood. And my stomach tightened. It was still there. Exactly where I remembered. White walls. Bell tower. Dark windows. Motionless. Waiting. This time there were no lights. No figures. No bell. Just silence. I sat in the cruiser for nearly 5 minutes, trying to talk myself out of it. Then I grabbed my flashlight and started walking. The water had dropped slightly overnight. A narrow path of muddy ground now, connected the church to the road. That alone bothered me, because the path hadn't existed before. Or maybe I simply hadn't noticed it. I couldn't tell anymore. The closer I got, the older the building looked. Paint peeled from the walls. Cracks ran through the foundation. The stained glass windows were cloudy with age. It looked abandoned, completely abandoned. Yet somehow it didn't feel empty. That feeling returned immediately. The feeling of being watched. I reached the front steps. The wooden door stood slightly open, just enough to reveal darkness inside. A cold breeze drifted out. The air smelled damp, like wet wood and old paper. For several seconds, I simply stood there, listening. Nothing. No voices. No movement. Only silence. Then I stepped inside. The temperature dropped instantly. The church felt much colder than outside. Rows of wooden pews stretched across the room. Dust covered everything. Sunlight filtered through stained glass. Colored patches of light spilled across the floor. The place looked untouched, not recently abandoned. Ancient. Forgotten. I moved slowly. My boots echoed softly. Every sound felt too loud. The sanctuary appeared empty. No signs of recent activity. No footprints. No food. No bedding. Nothing. Part of me relaxed. Maybe there was an explanation after all. Maybe the lights had come from somewhere else. Maybe exhaustion had gotten the better of me. Then I saw the wall. At first, I thought it was water damage. Dark markings running across old wood panels. I stepped closer, raised my flashlight, and felt my stomach drop. Names. Hundreds of names. Written directly onto the wall. Some faded. Some fresh. Some carved. Others written with black paint. Every inch of wood was covered. Name after name after name. The sight felt overwhelming. Almost obsessive. Like someone had spent years filling every available space. I moved closer. Started reading. Most meant nothing to me. Old names. Unknown names. Probably local families. Then I saw one I recognized. Sarah Morgan. My pulse quickened. I knew Sarah. Everyone in town knew Sarah. She owned a small farm near the river. I'd personally evacuated her 3 days earlier. She was alive, safe, staying with relatives outside the county. Yet there was her name, written across the wall. Fresh black paint, still glossy, still wet. I touched it. The paint smeared slightly. My hand immediately started shaking. Maybe it was coincidence. Maybe another Sarah Morgan existed. Then I found another name. Tom Jenkins. Another evacuation. 2 days ago. Alive. Safe. Then another. And another. And another. Every name belonged to someone recently evacuated. Every single one. The realization hit me hard. I backed away from the wall. My breathing quickened. This wasn't old graffiti. These weren't historical records. Someone had written those names recently. Very recently. The question was why. I pulled out my radio. Tried contacting dispatch. Only static answered. I moved toward a window. Same result. No signal. The church seemed completely cut off. The deeper I looked, the stranger things became. Some names had dates beside them. Others had symbols. Small marks scratched into the wood. Crosses. Circles. Lines. None of it made sense. Then I noticed something else. Certain names were crossed out. Not erased. Crossed out. Aggressively. As if someone wanted them removed. I recognized one immediately. David Cole, a volunteer firefighter, evacuated 4 days earlier. Crossed out completely. I stared at it, trying to understand. Then a memory surfaced. David hadn't checked in that morning. The department assumed he was helping relatives move livestock. Nobody seemed concerned. At least not yet. A cold feeling spread through my chest. I continued scanning the wall. More crossed-out names. More familiar faces. People I'd spoken to recently. People who were supposed to be safe. The church suddenly felt much smaller. The air felt heavier. Then I heard a sound. A single creak. Somewhere upstairs. I froze. The church had a second floor. A narrow balcony overlooking the sanctuary. I slowly turned my flashlight upward. Nothing moved. The balcony appeared empty. Dust covered the railing. Silence returned. For a moment, I convinced myself it was the building settling. Old wood. Old structures make noise. Perfectly normal. Then another creak echoed above me. Closer this time. Followed by a slow footstep. My pulse hammered. Someone was up there. I knew it. The sound was too deliberate. Too careful. I raised the flashlight. The beam swept across the balcony. Empty. Yet the feeling remained. That horrible certainty that eyes were fixed on me. Watching. Waiting. Then I noticed one final section of wall near the altar. Unlike the others, this section contained only a few names. Large names. Written separately. Almost honored. At the center stood a name I recognized immediately. Mine. The flashlight nearly slipped from my hand. My full name. Written in fresh black paint. Perfectly clear. Perfectly centered. As if someone had been expecting me. For several seconds I couldn't breathe. Couldn't think. Couldn't move. Then I noticed the space beneath it. A date. Tomorrow's date. Not yesterday. Not today. Tomorrow. The footsteps sounded again above me. Slow. Measured. Moving toward the balcony railing. I finally looked up. And for the briefest moment, I saw someone standing there. A dark figure. Motionless. Watching. The shape vanished before I could focus on it. But that wasn't what frightened me most. What frightened me was what happened when I rushed outside. Because the moment I regained radio contact, dispatch informed me that 3 recently evacuated residents had disappeared overnight. And every one of their names had already been crossed out on the church wall before anyone knew they were missing. The singing started at exactly 8:17 p.m. I remember because I checked the clock twice. The first time because I thought I was imagining it. The second time because I realized I wasn't. It drifted through my radio speaker so softly that I almost missed it. A woman's voice. Old-fashioned. Gentle. Singing a church hymn I hadn't heard since I was a kid. At first it sounded distant. Like someone had left a microphone on somewhere. Then another voice joined. Then another. And another. Soon an entire congregation seemed to be singing through the static. Calm. Peaceful. Completely impossible. I pulled my cruiser onto the shoulder of Highway 37 and listened. The flooded field stretched away into darkness. The storm had returned. Rain tapped softly against the roof. Wind bent the tops of distant trees. Yet beneath all of it, the singing continued. A church service. On a Sunday night. Coming from a church that wasn't supposed to exist. My hand tightened around the radio. "Dispatch, you hearing this?" Several seconds passed. Then a reply came. "What exactly are we supposed to be hearing?" The singing vanished instantly. Only static remained. I looked at the radio, then at the road. A cold feeling settled into my chest. Because the moment dispatch answered, the hymn had stopped. As if something knew I was listening. The previous 24 hours had been miserable. 3 missing residents. No evidence. No leads. No explanations. The church remained exactly where I found it. Yet every attempt to place it on an official map failed. Survey records showed nothing. Property records showed nothing. Even older county archives came up empty. According to every document we could find, the church had never existed. Yet I had walked inside it, touched its walls, seen my own name written there. I hadn't told anyone that part. I couldn't. Some things sound crazy the moment they leave your mouth. So I kept working, kept searching, kept pretending everything still made sense. But every patrol route eventually brought me back to Highway 37, back to the flood zone, back toward the church. Around 9 o'clock, another transmission arrived. The singing returned, this time louder, closer. The hymn echoed through the cruiser speakers with surprising clarity. I recognized pieces of the melody now. Not the words, just the feeling. The sound reminded me of funerals, of old churches, of people saying goodbye. The hairs on my arm stood up. Then a man's voice emerged from the choir. Not singing, speaking. Service begins shortly. The transmission ended. I sat frozen behind the wheel. The radio remained silent. Outside, rain drifted across the headlights. For a moment, I considered calling the sheriff. Then I imagined trying to explain what was happening. A ghost church. A mysterious wall of names. Church music on emergency frequencies. No, I needed proof first. Something real. Something I could show people. 20 minutes later, I was driving toward the church again. The road looked worse than before. Floodwater had swallowed entire sections. Tree branches littered the pavement. The storm clouds hung low enough to touch. Everything felt darker, heavier, like the night itself wanted me gone. I parked near the flooded pasture, killed the engine. Immediately, I heard it. Not through the radio this time. Through the air. Faint singing, carried by the wind, coming from somewhere ahead. My stomach dropped, because now there was no equipment involved. No interference. No technical explanation. The sound was real. I grabbed my flashlight, stepped into the rain, and started walking. The church appeared slowly through the darkness, its white walls glowing faintly beneath storm clouds. The sight should have felt familiar by now. Instead, it felt worse, because something had changed. Warm light shone through every stained glass window, exactly like the first night. Golden, inviting, alive. The building looked occupied. The singing grew louder. Multiple voices. Men, women, children. Dozens of them. Maybe more. The sanctuary sounded full. I stopped halfway across the muddy field, listening, trying to understand. The county had evacuated everyone. Nobody should have been there. Nobody. Yet the sound of a packed congregation rolled through the darkness. A brief flash of lightning illuminated the church. For 1 second, I saw movement behind the stained glass. Figures, lots of them, standing shoulder to shoulder. Then darkness returned. The singing never stopped. I continued forward. Slowly, carefully. The closer I got, the more details emerged. The front doors stood open. Warm yellow light spilled onto the ground. The hymn echoed from inside. Everything about the scene felt wrong. Not frightening. Not yet. Just deeply wrong. Like seeing a photograph from another century suddenly come to life. I reached the front steps. Rainwater dripped from my hat. My heart hammered. The singing continued beyond the doorway. I could hear individual voices now. Children laughing softly. Pages turning. Wood creaking. The sounds of a normal church service. I stepped through the entrance. The singing stopped. Immediately, every sound vanished. The sanctuary sat completely empty. Dark, silent, abandoned. My flashlight beam swept across the pews. Nothing. No people. No lights. No movement. Dust covered every surface. The same dust I had seen before. The same untouched sanctuary. I stood there breathing heavily, trying to process what had happened. Outside, thunder rolled across the valley. Inside, silence ruled everything. Then I noticed something new. A hymnal lying on the front pew. The book hadn't been there before. I was certain of it. I approached carefully. The old cover looked worn, water damaged, ancient. The book rested open to a specific page. One hymn, one song, the exact song I'd heard over the radio. My pulse quickened. Someone had left it there. Recently. I looked around. The sanctuary remained empty. Yet I couldn't shake the feeling that someone stood just outside my flashlight beam. Watching. Waiting. The silence stretched. Then another sound echoed through the church. Footsteps. Above me. The balcony. Slow. Measured. One step at a time. I aimed the flashlight upward. Nothing. The footsteps continued. A deliberate circle around the upper level. Wood creaked. Dust drifted. Yet nobody appeared. The sound stopped directly above me. Then came a whisper. Soft. Barely audible. A woman's voice. Sit down. Every muscle in my body locked. The voice sounded close. Too close. As if someone stood beside my ear. I spun around. Nobody. Only empty pews. Dark windows. Silent walls. The whisper came again. From somewhere deeper inside the sanctuary. Service is starting. I backed away immediately. The flashlight trembled in my hands. The church suddenly felt crowded. Not physically crowded. Emotionally crowded. Like unseen people filled every seat. Watching me. Waiting for me to join them. A sharp gust of wind slammed one of the doors shut. The sound echoed through the sanctuary. Then another door closed. Then another. Boom. 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 The noise rolled through the church like distant thunder. The exits were sealing themselves. Panic surged through me. I rushed toward the entrance, pulled the door open, and froze. Someone stood outside. A man, perfectly still, facing the church, his back toward me. Water dripped from his coat. He didn't move, didn't react, just stood there staring into the darkness beyond the flooded fields. The same old man I had seen beside the mailbox. I was certain of it. Before I could speak, lightning flashed overhead. The world turned white. For a split second, I saw dozens of people standing across the flooded pasture. Men, women, children, all facing the church, all perfectly still. Then darkness returned, and they were gone. The old man was gone too. Only rain remained. Only wind. Only empty fields. I stumbled back toward the cruiser, heart pounding, mind racing. The church bell rang once behind me, a deep mournful note. Then silence. I drove away faster than I should have. The church shrinking in my mirrors, the storm swallowing it whole. For a while, nothing happened. The road stretched ahead. The radio remained quiet. I almost convinced myself it was over. Then the dispatcher's voice broke through the speaker. Tense, uneasy. Sheriff, we have another missing person. I gripped the wheel tighter. Who? A pause followed, longer than normal. Then she answered, and the blood drained from my face. Because the missing person wasn't a resident, wasn't an evacuee, wasn't someone from town. It was the deputy assigned to watch the church after I left. And according to the last message he sent before disappearing, he wasn't alone. He reported seeing an entire congregation walking into the building, through floodwater that should have drowned them years ago. The deputy's cruiser was still running when we found it. Headlights on, driver's door open, radio hissing with static. But the deputy himself was gone. No footprints, no signs of a struggle, no indication he had ever left the road. Just an empty patrol vehicle sitting beside the flooded pasture near the church. I stood in the rain staring at it, trying to understand how a trained deputy could disappear in less than 20 minutes. The answer never came, at least not immediately. Instead, something far worse did. Because inside the cruiser, resting on the passenger seat, was a church hymnal. The same one I had seen inside the sanctuary. The exact same water-damaged cover. The same torn corner. The same faded pages. I picked it up carefully. A chill ran through me. The deputy had never entered the church. According to dispatch records, he arrived at the location after I left. He was instructed only to observe. Nothing more. Yet somehow the book had found its way into his vehicle. Or someone had placed it there. The sheriff arrived shortly after midnight. His face looked exhausted. Everyone looked exhausted. The flood had stretched the department beyond its limits. Missing people. Destroyed roads. Emergency rescues. Now a missing deputy. Nobody had energy left for ghost stories. Which was exactly why I kept most of the truth to myself. I told them about the church, the lights, the strange radio activity, but not the wall of names, not my name written among them, not the whispers. Some things felt too dangerous to say aloud. The sheriff ordered a search. For hours we combed the area. Floodlights illuminated the fields. Boats searched flooded sections of Highway 37. Drones scanned from above. Nothing. No deputy. No footprints. No evidence. By dawn, the search was suspended. Officially. Unofficially, nobody stopped looking. I certainly didn't. Because the deeper this situation went, the more personal it felt. The church wasn't random. The names weren't random. The disappearances weren't random. Some connection existed. I could feel it. I just didn't know what it was. The answer began revealing itself 2 days later. Not in the field, not in the flood zone, but inside county archives. A forgotten records room beneath the courthouse. Dust covered everything. The air smelled like old paper. Most files dated back decades. Flood reports, property maps, disaster records, the kind of documents nobody reads unless they're forced to. I spent nearly 6 hours digging through boxes, page after page, year after year. Then I found it. A report dated October 17, 1968. Flood disaster, Highway 37 River Basin. My pulse quickened. I sat down immediately. Started reading. The flood described in the report sounded eerily familiar. Heavy rain, river overflow, road collapse, mass evacuations, entire farming communities displaced. Nearly identical to what was happening now. Then I reached a section labeled missing persons. 27 names. Most were eventually recovered. A few never were. And among those missing names appeared something unexpected. An entire church congregation. 34 people. Gone. Vanished during the flood. No bodies recovered. No survivors found. Nothing. The report called it one of the county's greatest mysteries. I continued reading. The details became stranger. The congregation belonged to a small church located near Highway 37. Sunday evening service. Heavy rain outside. Flood warnings active. Witnesses later claimed church bells continued ringing long after the building should have been evacuated. Others reported hearing singing from the flooded valley. Some claimed they saw lights moving through the darkness. The report dismissed those statements. Stress, trauma, confusion. Yet the similarities felt impossible to ignore. I turned another page and found a photograph. The image stopped me cold. The church, the exact church. Same bell tower, same stained glass windows, same front steps. My hands started trembling because according to the date beneath the picture, the church had been destroyed 58 years earlier. Destroyed, not abandoned, not relocated. Destroyed. Floodwaters supposedly swept it from its foundation. The building should not have existed. Yet I had walked inside it. The realization sat heavily in my chest. I continued reading and discovered something even worse. The missing congregation had vanished before floodwaters actually reached the church. Witness statements confirmed it. Residents saw people entering for evening service. Nobody saw them leave. When rescuers finally reached the location, the church was empty. No bodies. No signs of evacuation. Nothing. 34 people simply disappeared. The final page contained a list of names. Every member of the congregation. I recognized several immediately. Not from modern records. From the wall inside the church. Those same names appeared among the older ones. Mixed together. Past and present. Dead and living. My stomach tightened. Suddenly the wall made sense. Or at least part of it did. The church wasn't collecting names. It was adding them. Like a growing attendance list. A congregation that never stopped expanding. I sat motionless for several minutes, listening to the building settle around me, trying to convince myself there had to be another explanation. Then I noticed handwriting in the margin. A note added years after the report was filed. One sentence, barely visible. Voices heard during search operation. That was all. No explanation, no details, just that sentence. Voices heard during search operation. The same voices I had heard. The same hymns. The same singing. A terrible possibility began forming in my mind. I didn't want to believe it. I fought against it. But every piece fit together. The church wasn't haunted by one person or one tragedy. It was filled with everyone who disappeared there. The congregation was growing. Year after year. Flood after flood. I left the archives shortly before sunset. The sky looked dark again. Another storm approaching. Another wave of rain moving toward the county. As I walked toward my vehicle, my phone rang. Dispatch. The moment I answered, I knew something was wrong. The dispatcher sounded frightened. Not stressed. Not tired. Frightened. There's something you need to hear. A recording began playing through the phone. Static. Wind. Then voices. Dozens of them. Singing. The familiar hymn echoed through the speaker. My pulse quickened instantly. Then another voice emerged. Male. Calm. Clear. The missing deputy. The deputy who vanished near the church. His voice sounded perfectly normal. Perfectly relaxed. As though nothing had happened. Good evening. A pause followed. Then more singing. The dispatcher spoke quietly. We recorded this 30 minutes ago. I stopped walking. What channel? The answer hit harder than I expected. The emergency frequency. The same frequency used by every deputy in the county. The same frequency we relied on during disasters. The recording continued. The deputy spoke again. His voice carried a strange warmth. Almost happiness. There's still room. The singing grew louder. More voices joining. Men, women, children. Then the transmission ended. I stood frozen in the courthouse parking lot, watching dark clouds gather across the horizon. The storm was coming back, and for the first time, I understood what truly terrified me. The voices weren't calling for help. They never had been. They weren't trapped. They weren't suffering. They weren't trying to escape. They were inviting people in. And judging by the growing list of names on that wall, people were still accepting the invitation. That night, as rain began falling once more, another emergency call arrived from Highway 37. Multiple vehicles abandoned near the flood zone. No drivers found. No signs of an accident. Nothing. Only open doors. Running engines. And in every vehicle, investigators found the exact same thing. A church hymnal open to the same page, waiting for Sunday service to begin. The footprints shouldn't have been there. That was what kept bothering me. Not the storm, not the flood warnings, not even the reports coming into dispatch every night. It was the footprints, because they always appeared beyond the barricades, and they always led deeper into the flooded levee roads. Never out, only in. The first report came on a Tuesday. A maintenance worker claimed he saw someone walking near the restricted flood zone after sunset. Nothing unusual at first. People ignored road closures all the time, especially around here. Farmers checked livestock. Residents tried reaching abandoned property. Teenagers looked for places to drink. It happened every year. The difference was what the worker said next. He claimed the person walked directly into floodwater and never came back out. Dispatch logged the call. Nobody thought much about it. Then another report arrived the next night. Different caller, different location, same story. A figure walking beyond the barricades, moving toward the levees, disappearing into the flooded darkness. By the end of the week, we had 7 separate reports. Enough to get the sheriff's attention. Enough to send me out there. I started patrol just before dusk. The sky looked bruised. Heavy clouds stretched across the horizon. The river sat swollen and angry beyond the levees. Weeks of flooding had transformed entire sections of farmland into shallow lakes. Road signs poked from the water. Fence posts stood half submerged. Everything felt abandoned. The county had evacuated most of the area already. Only emergency personnel remained. I drove slowly along Levee Road 14. Barricades blocked every side road. Orange warning signs reflected in my headlights. Floodwater lapped against cracked pavement. The place felt empty. Almost too empty. Dispatch checked in around 7. Anything so far? I looked across miles of dark water. Nothing. At the time, I believed it. An hour later, I stopped believing it. The first thing I noticed was movement. Far ahead, near a flooded intersection. A silhouette, standing perfectly still. I slowed the cruiser. The figure remained motionless. Rain drifted across my windshield. The distance made details impossible to see. Male or female, young or old, I couldn't tell. Only that someone was standing beyond the barricades. I grabbed the radio. Possible trespasser near Junction 9. No response came immediately. Static hissed through the speaker. Then dispatch answered. We don't show anyone assigned out there. I kept watching the figure. Still motionless. Still waiting. Then it started walking. Not away from me. Toward the flooded roads. I pulled forward immediately. Headlights bouncing over damaged pavement. For a few seconds I lost sight of it. Then the figure appeared again. Farther away. Much farther. My stomach tightened. That wasn't possible. Nobody could move that quickly. Not through floodwater. Not in darkness. Yet there it was. Still walking. Still heading deeper into the restricted zone. I accelerated. The road narrowed. Trees crowded the levee. Floodwater spread across both sides. The figure vanished again. This time completely. I reached the intersection. Nobody there. No vehicles. No movement. Nothing. Only wet pavement. And footprints. Fresh footprints. I stepped from the cruiser. The cold wind carried the smell of river mud. My flashlight swept across the ground. The prints were clear. Deep. Recent. Leading away from the road. Toward the flooded fields. Exactly where the reports claimed. I followed them. At first the trail made sense. A person could have walked there. The ground remained solid. Then the footprints continued directly into standing water. I stopped. The water stretched nearly 50 yards. Too deep to cross on foot. Yet the prints continued beneath the surface. Visible through the flashlight beam. Step after step. Moving farther away. Like someone had simply walked across the flooded field. My pulse quickened. I stared for several seconds, trying to find another explanation. There wasn't one. The trail disappeared into darkness. I returned to the cruiser. Told myself it had to be an illusion. Bad lighting. Flood damage. Anything. But the explanation felt weak even in my own head. The next report arrived 20 minutes later. a truck driver traveling a nearby county road. He reported seeing lights moving along the levee. Not vehicle lights. Lanterns. Multiple lanterns. The description made no sense. Nobody used lanterns anymore, especially not during an evacuation. Still, I drove toward the location. The road wound through miles of flooded farmland. Darkness settled completely around me. The storm grew stronger. Rain hammered the roof. Branches swayed in the wind. Everything felt restless. Then I saw them. 3 lights, far away, moving slowly through the darkness. My headlights couldn't reach them. Only tiny yellow glows, floating beyond the flooded roads. I pulled over, watched. The lights drifted together, separated, then gathered again, like people walking. The sight stirred something uncomfortable inside me. Not fear, recognition, as if I'd seen something similar before. A memory I couldn't quite reach. The lights continued moving, toward the old levee sector, toward an area abandoned years earlier after a major flood. I started the engine, followed. The deeper I traveled, the older the roads became. Cracked asphalt, broken guardrails, collapsed drainage systems, places nobody used anymore, places nobody should have been. The lights remained visible, always just ahead, never closer, never farther, like they wanted me to follow. A strange realization hit me then. I hadn't heard dispatch in over 30 minutes. I reached for the radio. Only static answered. The silence felt wrong, heavy, the kind of silence that makes every small sound seem important. I checked my phone. No signal. Not surprising, but still unsettling. The lights disappeared suddenly. One moment they were there. The next they were gone. I stopped the cruiser. Rain pounded the windshield. Darkness swallowed everything beyond the headlights. Then I noticed a road sign, half submerged beside the levee. Rust covered most of it, but one word remained visible. Highway 37. A chill moved through me. The name sounded familiar. I couldn't place why, only that I had heard it somewhere before. Something about it felt wrong. The wind howled across the floodplain. Then another sound emerged. A distant engine. I looked up immediately. Headlights appeared ahead. A vehicle sat parked near the levee. Old, dark-colored, engine running. No emergency lights. No visible occupants. I approached cautiously, hand resting near my sidearm. The vehicle looked abandoned. Driver's door hanging open. Rain pouring into the interior. I reached the driver's side. Shined my flashlight inside. Nobody. The seat sat empty. Yet the engine continued idling, like someone had stepped away only moments earlier. Then I saw the mud. Thick, wet mud covering the floorboard. Footprints. Dozens of them. Not one person's prints. Many. The tracks entered the vehicle, exited the vehicle, crossed over one another repeatedly. The sight made no sense. I followed the trail outside. The prints moved toward the levee, toward the floodwater, toward darkness. Again, none of them returned. My flashlight tracked the trail farther, then farther still, until the beam finally revealed something standing near the water. A man. At least I thought it was a man. The figure stood with its back toward me, perfectly still, watching the flooded plain. Rain soaked his clothes. The wind never seemed to move him. I opened my mouth to call out. Before I could speak, lightning flashed overhead. The entire landscape exploded with white light. And for 1 second, I saw dozens of figures standing across the floodwater. Not one, dozens, scattered along the levees, watching, waiting. The darkness returned. Every figure vanished. Only the lone man remained. Then he slowly turned his head. Not his body, only his head, just enough to look toward me. And somehow, even from that distance, I knew he was smiling. The radio suddenly crackled back to life. The dispatcher's voice burst through the static. Sharp, urgent, panicked. Deputy, respond immediately. I grabbed the radio. This is Deputy Miller. A pause followed. Then she spoke. Get away from the levee. My stomach tightened. Why? Another pause. Longer this time. Then she answered. We just received old flood photographs from state archives. Rain hammered against the cruiser. The figure remained motionless beside the water, watching me, listening. The dispatcher lowered her voice. And you're standing in the exact spot where 37 people disappeared during the flood of 1983. The figure by the levee lifted one arm slowly, as if inviting me closer. And somewhere out beyond the darkness, another light appeared. Then another, moving toward Highway 37. The barricade was still up, but something had already crossed it. I saw at the moment my headlights swept the levee road. Fresh tire marks stopped right at the warning signs, then continued beyond them, into the flooded zone where no patrol vehicle should be. My hand tightened on the steering wheel. Dispatch had said it clearly. No authorized movement beyond Sector 4 barricades. And yet someone had gone in. Or something had gone in. The rain made everything harder to trust. It came down in thin, steady sheets, like the sky was leaking slowly instead of breaking. Wipers dragged across the windshield again and again, but the world stayed blurred anyway. Levee Road 14 stretched ahead like a dead line drawn through water and mud. On both sides, farmland had turned into shallow lakes. Fence posts stuck out like broken bones. Old tractors half sunk, rusting where they died. It should have been empty, but the reports kept coming. Movement near restricted flood zone. Lights seen beyond barricades. Someone walking inside evacuated fields. 7 calls in 4 nights. Same pattern. Different voices. Always shaky at the end. Like they regretted calling at all. I slowed the cruiser near the first barricade. Orange plastic fencing snapped in the wind. A warning sign hung crooked. Flood zone, keep out. Simple instructions. Nobody followed them anymore. Not really. I stepped out. The cold hit me instantly. Wet wind pushing through my jacket like it already knew my body temperature. My flashlight cut into the dark. The beam landed on the barricade line and stopped. Something had pushed through it. Not broken, not cut, pushed, like someone had walked through slowly without caring it was there. My radio crackled. Unit 12 confirmed position. I pressed it. Levee Road 14, approaching Sector 4 boundary. A pause. Then the dispatcher replied. We've got another report. Same area. Witness says they saw a man walking in the water. I looked out over the flooded fields. No one should be out here, I said. Another pause. Then softer. Yeah, that's what they all say. Static followed that line longer than it should have. I started the cruiser again and moved past the barricade. The road changed immediately. Cleaner lines of asphalt turned into cracked, broken surface. Water covered the edges, then the middle, then most of it. Every few hundred feet, the road dipped under shallow floodwater like it was trying to disappear. And something about that bothered me more than it should have. Because roads don't try to vanish. They just get destroyed. The first footprints appeared near mile marker 9. I almost missed them. The beam of my flashlight caught a pattern in the mud beside the water line. The steps, barely visible, but fresh. I stepped closer. Knee-level mud held the shape clearly. Boot prints, size 10 or 11, walking straight toward the floodwater. Not away from it, not back toward safety. I followed them slowly. Each step I took felt heavier than the last. The prints went from dry mud to wet soil to shallow water. And then they didn't stop. They just continued under the surface, visible through the murky flood like someone had pressed their steps into liquid. I stopped breathing for a second. That shouldn't be possible. Water erases footprints. It doesn't preserve them. But these were still there. Clear, leading deeper. My radio hissed, then cut out. I tapped it. Nothing. No signal. My flashlight cut through the dark hallway. Walls were stripped halfway up from flood damage. Marks showed where water had risen, lines like memories frozen into plaster. Someone had drawn on the wall near the door, childish handwriting. I leaned closer. It said, "Don't follow the light." My stomach tightened. I turned my beam upward. The stairs were intact, but barely. Each step looked swollen from water exposure. The upstairs light still glowed faintly through the ceiling cracks. I started up. Halfway, I heard something. A sound like breathing. Not loud, not dramatic. Just there. I froze on the stairs. Listened. Nothing moved. Then a whisper came from upstairs. "Deputy." My hand tightened on the railing. "Who's there?" I called out. No answer. Only the light above shifted slightly, like something passed in front of it. I continued up. Second floor hallway was worse. Flood damage had warped everything. Doors hung open like broken teeth. Pictures on the walls had been ripped by water or time, faces blurred beyond recognition. The light was coming from the last room on the left. Door fully open. Inside, the room was dry. Completely dry. That was the second thing that didn't make sense. Everything else in the house was destroyed by floodwater. But this room looked untouched. Like the water had stopped at the threshold and refused to enter. A single lamp sat on a table in the center. Plugged in. Still on. I whispered, "This isn't possible." Then the radio on my belt cracked. Not dispatch this time. A voice I didn't recognize. Soft, static, heavy. "You came alone." I froze. I hadn't keyed the radio. I slowly reached for it. "Who is this?" I asked. Silence. Then, "You're early." My throat went dry. Early for what? A long pause. Then the voice said something that didn't belong in any official channel, any frequency I knew. The second welfare check. My stomach dropped. I looked around the room. The lamp flickered once. Just once. Then stabilized again. On the wall behind it, something began to appear. At first I thought it was moisture bleeding through paint. But it wasn't water. It was writing. Names. One by one, forming slowly like they were being written from the inside of the wall. I stepped closer without thinking. The first name was partially visible. Carson. My hand shook. That's my name. I stepped back immediately. The radio hissed louder. "You see it now," the voice said. My breathing got shallow. "What is this place?" No answer at first. Then a record. I turned sharply toward the hallway. For a second, I thought I saw movement at the stairs. A shadow. But when I aimed my flashlight, nothing was there. When I turned back to the wall, more names had appeared. Not random. Not scattered. Ordered. Like a list. Evacuation records. Welfare checks. Missing persons. People from this district. People I recognized from reports I had read this week. And then I saw something that made my knees feel weak. A name marked unconfirmed. Under it, Unit 12. My radio buzzed violently. Then a new voice came through. Louder now. Closer. "You're standing in the last place we were all checked." I stepped backward into the hallway. The light in the room brightened suddenly. Too bright. Almost painful. And then I heard it. Footsteps. Not upstairs. Not downstairs. Inside the walls. Moving. Slow. Like something walking between the spaces of the house. I backed away from the door. "Dispatch," I said quickly. "I need backup at Highway 37. Structure is compromised. Possible occupant inside. Unknown." My words stopped. Because dispatch didn't answer. Instead, the radio switched channels on its own. And I heard something that wasn't radio static. It was voices. Multiple. All speaking at once. Reading names. My name included. Carson, Carson, Carson. Like a list being checked off. The lamp in the room flickered violently now. I stepped back further into the hallway. And then the voice returned. Calm again. Too calm. "You're not the first deputy to come here." I swallowed hard. What happened to them? A pause. Then, they finished the list. The wall behind me creaked. Not wood. Not structure. Something deeper. Like the house itself was shifting its attention toward me. I turned slightly and saw new writing forming in the hallway wall too. Not upstairs anymore. All around me. Names spreading outward like ink bleeding through reality. And at the bottom of the list, a new line forming slowly. Still incomplete, but starting with my badge number. My hands went cold. The upstairs light suddenly went out. Instant silence followed. No breathing. No footsteps. No radio noise. Just me. And the names. And the feeling that the house was no longer empty. It was updating. The radio crackled one last time before everything died completely. And in that final second, the voice whispered something I will never forget. "You're here to confirm the next missing person." The hallway behind me got darker. Not like lights going out. Like something closing. And I realized something worse than everything else. The welfare check was never about who was inside. It was about who stayed long enough to write their name on the list. The second time I came back, I already knew something was wrong. Not wrong like a broken lock or forced door. Wrong like the house was pretending. Same address, same flooded road, same dead stretch of Highway 37 where the water never fully recedes, even when the maps say it should. But this time, there was no light inside. That should have made me feel better. It didn't. It made it worse. Because I remembered the light. Clear, warm, upstairs like someone waiting. Now the windows were dark, empty, no glow, no movement. Just the house sitting in floodwater like it had been there longer than the land itself. I stayed in the cruiser longer than I should have. Hands on the wheel, watching. waiting for something to make sense again. Dispatch crackled once. Any visual confirmation? I looked at the house, then said the only honest thing I had. No, it's empty. A pause. Then dispatch replied, copy, log it and clear the scene. But I didn't move, because something inside me wasn't agreeing. The first visit had left marks in my head I couldn't ignore. The writing on the wall. The names. My name. That wasn't a hallucination. I've seen enough trauma scenes to know the difference between stress and something physical. That was physical. So I stepped out again. Floodwater reached just below my knees now, cold enough to sting through fabric. The air smelled worse this time, like wet ash mixed with something metallic I couldn't place. The house looked smaller from outside, like it had shrunk while I was away. I approached the front door slowly. Still open. Same angle. Same quiet invitation. Inside, nothing had changed, but everything felt reset. Walls still stripped, water damage still marking the lower half of the structure, the same damp smell, same silence. Except now, no writing. The hallway walls were blank. Clean. Too clean. Like someone had erased everything I saw before. I stepped inside. Boots made soft squelching sounds on the wet floorboards. My flashlight cut through the hallway again, slow and steady. I whispered without meaning to, "Where did it go?" No answer. I checked the stairs. Same broken steps. Same warped wood. I climbed carefully. Second floor hallway again. And the room at the end. Same door. Still open. I stood there for a long moment. Nothing moved. No sound. No flicker of light. I entered the room. Empty. No lamp. No table. No sign anyone had ever placed anything there. Just bare floor and stripped walls. My stomach tightened. I turned slowly in place. "Hello," I called out. My voice sounded too loud in that space. Too clean. Like it didn't belong. I checked corners, under windows, behind broken drywall sections. Nothing. Not even dust movement. That was the first clue. A house this damaged should have layers of disturbance, mold patterns, settled debris, water residue lines. But this room looked reset. Like someone rebuilt it wrong and then erased the attempt. I lowered my flashlight. And that's when I noticed something new. The ceiling. There was a faint discoloration up there. A rectangular outline. Like something used to be attached. A light fixture. The one I remembered. Gone now. I stepped back. My radio crackled. Just once. Then a voice came through. Not dispatch. Not Unit 12. The same voice from before. Calm, too calm. You keep coming back to a room that doesn't exist anymore. My throat tightened. Who is this? Silence. Then you're standing in the wrong version. I felt my grip tighten on the radio. That's not an answer. A faint sound came through, almost like breathing. Then the voice continued. There are no occupants. I looked around the empty room again. Then why was there light here? A pause, long enough to feel intentional. Then, because you saw it before it was removed. My mind tried to reject that immediately. Removed by who? No answer. Only static. I left the room fast. Walked back into the hallway. And that's when I saw it. Footprints. Fresh ones. On the wet floorboards. Not mine. They led from the stairs into the empty room behind me. But I had just come from there. And there had been nothing. No moisture disturbance. No second entry. My pulse spiked. I turned back quickly. Room still empty, but the footprints continued to appear, one by one, like something invisible was walking through wet paint. I backed into the hallway. The radio hissed again. "You shouldn't be here alone," the voice said. My jaw tightened, then sent back up. A soft laugh came through the static. "You already did." That made me freeze. I whispered, "What does that mean?" No reply. Only the sound of water shifting somewhere inside the structure. Slow, patient. I went downstairs quickly now. No more careful steps. Something about the house felt unstable in a way I couldn't explain. Like it was no longer responding to physical laws properly. At the bottom of the stairs, I paused. The front door was still open, but the water outside looked different. Darker, thicker, almost still. I stepped outside and stopped immediately. The cruiser was gone. Not moved. Not broken into. Gone. No tire tracks, no glass, no disturbance. Just empty floodwater where it had been parked. My breath caught. "That's not possible," I said out loud. Behind me, the house creaked softly. I turned slowly. The front door was now closed. I hadn't closed it. I hadn't even touched it. I reached for my radio. Dead. No signal. No static. Nothing. The silence outside felt heavier than the flood itself. Then I noticed something in the water near the house. A shape. Half submerged. I stepped closer. Carefully. It looked like a mirror at first, but it wasn't reflecting anything. It was a car window. My cruiser's window, floating face down in the water. I backed away instantly, heart pounding, because if part of the cruiser was here, then the rest wasn't gone. It was somewhere else. Something shifted behind me. Slow. I turned. The house was still there, but now the upstairs window had a faint glow again. Not bright, not strong, just enough, like a signal turning back on. I whispered no, and the voice returned one last time. Not through the radio, not through sound. Inside my head again. "You checked the house." A pause. "You didn't check yourself." My hands went cold. The light upstairs brightened slightly, and I realized something I didn't want to understand. Every time I entered this house, something came back out with me. And this time, I was the one missing from the world outside. The first call came in at 2:13 a.m. Not loud, not urgent, just there. A voice breathing too close into the radio speaker, like it was already inside the patrol car with me. "Deputy, can you hear me?" I almost didn't respond. Out here on Highway 37, silence is normal. The flood took most of the land, most of the roads, most of the people. What's left feels like a place that forgot how to carry sound. Still, I picked up the radio. "Dispatch, I've got a weak signal. Repeat last call." Static rolled in first, long and slow, like something dragging its nails across glass. Then the voice came back. "I'm still at the house. The water is up to the steps now." I checked my log. There was no house on that stretch anymore. Just levee road, broken fence lines, and water that didn't belong to anything. I leaned forward in my seat. "Sir, identify your location." A pause. Too long. Then the voice said something that made my stomach tighten. "You already know where I am." And the line went dead. For a few seconds, I just sat there, engine idling, headlights cutting into the flooded dark. Rain tapped the windshield in slow, patient rhythms. Nothing moved outside, except the water. It never stayed still out here. I wrote it down anyway. Habit, procedure, something to keep my mind from filling in the blanks. But I didn't delete it. That was my first mistake. The second call came 20 minutes later. Same voice, same breath. Only this time it sounded closer. Deputy, the floor is cold. I sat up straight. Dispatch, confirm incoming transmission source. Static answered me first. Then the dispatcher's voice broke through, tired and confused. Negative, Unit 7. No active calls on your channel. I frowned. I'm getting one right now. A pause. Longer this time. Then dispatch said something that made the hair on my arms rise. Unit 7, your line is clear. There is no outbound or inbound signal on that frequency. I looked at the radio like it had changed shape. But the voice came again anyway. Calm, soft, wrong. It's under the carpet now. I felt my grip tighten on the steering wheel. Sir, I need you to stop this. Where are you calling from? A faint sound came through the speaker. Not speech. Water. Like someone breathing through it. Then, you walked past the mailbox. My heart slowed. I hadn't mentioned any mailbox. No report, no dispatch, nothing. I turned my headlights slightly toward the road ahead, scanning the flooded shoulder. And then I saw it. A mailbox, half submerged, bent forward like it was bowing. It shouldn't have been there. That stretch was cleared years ago. I felt my throat tighten as I marked the location. When I looked back at the radio, the line was already dead again. But the worst part wasn't the silence. It was the fact that I now had a direction. By the third call, I stopped pretending this was normal. I had pulled over near a broken levee road, water creeping just inches below my tires. The floodlight on my patrol unit cut a weak path through fog and standing water. The radio cracked. Deputy, don't come inside. My breath stopped halfway out. I didn't answer right away, because I didn't know what inside meant. Inside the house. Inside the water. Inside something else. Repeat last transmission, I said finally. The voice didn't repeat. Instead, it asked a question. Do you remember drowning? I froze. The radio hissed louder, like it was feeding on the silence. I started. But the voice cut in again. You were there when it happened. You just weren't in the water yet. My chest tightened. I checked the rearview mirror without thinking. Nothing behind me but darkness and floodwater. Still, I felt watched. Dispatch, I said quickly, run signal trace, now. A long pause. Then, Unit 7, there is no signal. I swallowed. That's not possible. I'm receiving live audio. Static burst through the speaker, sharp and violent this time. Then the voice returned. Closer. Almost gentle. You keep calling it a signal. A beat. It's not a signal. The radio clicked softly, like someone tapping it from the inside. I started the engine again. I shouldn't have, but I did. The road ahead was half gone, swallowed by floodwater and broken asphalt. My headlights turned the water into a dull, endless mirror. And for a second, I saw something moving in it. Not floating. Walking. I leaned forward. Dispatch, I've got movement near my position. Silence. Then the voice came back again, overlapping the dispatcher this time, like two channels fighting for the same space. You're getting closer. I slowed the vehicle. What are you talking about? The water ahead rippled. Not from wind. From steps. Something was walking through it. Slow. Patient. like it had been waiting for me to notice. I swallowed hard. Identify yourself. A pause. Then, we're still here. My throat went dry. We. The answer came immediately. The ones you couldn't reach. My hands went cold. And then the radio gave me something I wasn't ready for. A sound. Not a voice. A choir. Faint. Distant. Underwater. Singing. I turned the volume down instinctively, but it didn't matter. The sound wasn't coming from the speaker anymore. It was coming from outside. From the flood. I stepped out of the vehicle. I don't know why. Training says stay in the unit, stay protected, stay visible. But something about that sound made staying inside feel worse. The water reached my boots immediately, cold, heavy, wrong. The singing got clearer. Not words, just rhythm, like a Sunday hymn stretched underwater. I looked down the flooded road, and I saw them, not all at once. Verse shapes, then bodies, standing in water that should have covered them completely. Not moving, just waiting. Their faces weren't clear, but I knew they were facing me. My radio crackled again in my pocket, and the voice said something that made my stomach drop out completely. You're standing where the pews used to be. I looked down at the water. For a second, just a second, the reflection changed. The road wasn't there anymore. Wooden floorboards were. Rows of seats. A church. Under the flood. My breath caught. No, I whispered. The voice responded instantly. Yes. And then softer. You're late. I backed up fast, stumbling through water that suddenly felt deeper than it should have been. My patrol unit's headlights flickered behind me, cutting in and out like something was blinking. The singing stopped. Dead silence hit harder than the sound ever did. I climbed back into the vehicle, hands shaking now. Dispatch, I said, voice tight. I need backup on Highway 37. Unknown mass gathering in flooded sector. No response. Only static. Then the voice returned. But it wasn't through the radio anymore. It was coming from the passenger seat. You can't call them here. I turned. Nothing. Empty seat. But the air felt occupied. Like someone had just leaned forward and left warmth behind. I swallowed hard. Who are you? A long pause. Then, we were the last call. The radio clicked off by itself. And for the first time since the flood started, I realized something wasn't trying to reach me. It was trying to keep me from leaving. I don't remember driving for the next stretch. Only the water getting deeper. Only the road disappearing more. Only the feeling that every mile forward was also a mile backward. Then the radio turned on again. Without me touching it, one final transmission came through. Clear, calm, almost relieved. Deputy, we see you now. And in the reflection of the windshield, I wasn't alone in the car anymore. The floor wasn't supposed to talk. That's the first thing I remember thinking. Because I was standing in a house that shouldn't have been there anymore, listening to something breathing under the boards. Slow, wet, alive, and saying my name. Deputy. I froze in the hallway. My flashlight shook slightly in my hand, cutting across water-stained walls and peeling paint. The whole house smelled wrong, not just old, not just flooded. Drowned, like the air itself had been underwater too long. I swallowed. Identify yourself, I said, but my voice came out weaker than I meant. Silence answered me. Then the floor creaked. Not from me stepping. From underneath, a second voice came through, softer this time. Don't leave us down here. My throat tightened. I stepped back instinctively, beam dropping toward the floorboards. They weren't fully solid anymore, warped, broken in places. Water still seeped through gaps like the house was slowly remembering it had been part of the river once. Dispatch, I said into my radio. I've got structural instability in the structure. Possible entrapment below the floor. Static hit immediately. Then nothing. No response. Just that same faint underwater hum I'd been hearing all night. Like the house was replaying a memory it refused to forget. I moved deeper inside anyway. That was mistake number one. The living room looked like someone had tried to leave in a hurry. Furniture tipped over, a couch pushed against a wall, markings on the drywall like scratches or handprints that faded halfway up. But nothing looked new. Everything looked preserved. Like the flood didn't destroy this place. It sealed it. I crouched near the center of the room, flashlight sweeping across warped floorboards. And that's when I saw it. Names, carved into the wood. Not random scratches. Intentional. Neat. Like someone had taken time to make sure they stayed readable, even after everything else was gone. I leaned closer. My stomach tightened. I recognized some of them. People from the evacuation logs. Families I had checked off my list months ago. I whispered without meaning to. That's not possible. The radio in my chest cracked to life. Not dispatch. Not channel static. The voice, except it wasn't calm anymore. It sounded closer to breaking. You wrote us down and left. I stood up too fast. My flashlight swung across the room. Empty. But the floor answered me again. A knock. From below. 3 slow hits. Like someone tapping the underside of a coffin. Then, we were waiting for the second boat. My breath stopped. That detail wasn't public. Not in any report. Not in any log I ever filed. Only the early evac teams knew about that delay. Only people who were there when the levee broke. I backed toward the hallway. Who is this? I said louder now. What do you want? The answer came immediately. We didn't leave. And the house felt like it shifted slightly when those words were said. Like the walls leaned in. I found the stairs to the basement half, hidden behind a collapsed cabinet. They weren't on my map. They shouldn't have been there. But they were. And they were wet. Every step downward made a soft sucking sound, like the wood was trying to pull me back up. The air changed immediately. Colder. Thicker. Wrong in a way I can't fully explain. My flashlight beam hit the bottom of the stairs and didn't reflect properly. It just disappeared. I stopped halfway down because I heard breathing. Not mine. Not above. Below. Very close now. Deputy. The voice again. But this time, it wasn't coming from the radio. It was coming from the dark at the bottom of the stairs. I tightened my grip on my flashlight. Step into the light, I said, trying to sound firm. A pause. Then a laugh. Not human. Not fully. Like something trying to remember how laughter worked. You already stepped in. The floorboards under my feet creaked again. And I felt it then. A subtle shift. Like the house was no longer holding me up. Like I was standing on something that was never meant to be walked on again. Something under the wood moved. Slow. Deliberate. Closer. I swallowed hard. Dispatch, I need immediate extraction. Possible trapped persons underground. Nothing. Not even static this time. just silence so complete it felt like pressure in my ears. Then the voice came back one final time before I reached the bottom step, and it said something that made my skin go cold. "We're not trapped." A pause. "We're underneath you." I reached the basement, or what used to be one. The floor had collapsed in places, turning the room into a broken maze of beams and flooded pockets. Water sat still down there, too still, like it didn't belong to gravity anymore. My flashlight cut across it slowly, and I saw them. Shapes under the water, not moving, not fully visible, just outlines pressed against the underside of the world. Faces turned upward, watching, waiting. My breathing got shallow. "No," I whispered. "No, no, no." The radio crackled violently in my pocket, and for the first time, dispatch came through. But it wasn't normal. The voice was shaking. "Unit 7, your signal is impossible." I almost laughed, because I knew that already. Then dispatch continued. "We're showing you inside the old flood zone." I looked around the basement slowly, at the collapsed walls, at the water, at the names carved upstairs, and I realized something that made my legs go weak. This wasn't a house anymore. It was part of the flood record, a place that shouldn't exist outside memory, and I was inside it. The water in front of me rippled slightly, and the voice returned one last time. But this time it wasn't just sound. It was everywhere. "All of you came back eventually." I stepped back instinctively. My boot hit something solid in the water. I looked down. A hand, pale, still, pressing up from beneath the surface. Then another. Then more. Not grabbing. Not attacking. Just reaching, like they had been waiting for the ceiling to open. I backed up fast. My flashlight shook violently now, and in the chaos of light and shadow, I saw something I won't forget. A doorway shape forming in the flooded wall. Not built, not broken, just appearing. And inside it, I saw the church, the same one from earlier. But now it was not underwater. It was under me. The voice came one final time, softer now, almost relieved. "You finally came down." The floor behind me gave way slightly. Not collapsing, just lowering, like something underneath had decided it was time to rise. I grabbed the stair railing instinctively, heart pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. "Dispatch," I said, barely able to speak. "I'm losing structural integrity. I need." But I stopped, because I realized something horrifying. I wasn't trying to get out anymore. Something in me had already started listening to the voices. And the last thing I heard before the radio went silent was not a call for help. It was singing. Soft, close, right beneath the floorboards, waiting for me to finish the fall. The first report came in just after midnight. Boat sighting near Sector 9. No operator visible, moving against current. I remember staring at the screen when it popped up, because nothing moves against that current. Not after the levee collapse, not in water that deep. I marked it as drift debris. Then the second call came in. Same boat, same location. Except this time, the report added something that made my hand stop mid-right. Lights on board, flickering like it's searching. I leaned back in my chair. Outside the station window, the floodlights barely touched the water beyond the barricade. Everything out there looked dead, flat, silent. Except it wasn't silent. Not really. Because the radio on my desk cracked again, and a voice whispered through it. "Deputy, are you watching the water?" I froze. That wasn't dispatch. I grabbed the receiver. Identify yourself. Static. Then nothing. I should have closed the file. But I didn't. That was mistake number one. The third report came with coordinates. Sector 9 flooded access road. Old residential stretch, completely evacuated, officially empty. Unofficially, not always. I drove out alone. That was mistake number two. The road to Sector 9 doesn't feel like a road anymore. It feels like something that used to be a road and forgot what it was supposed to become. Water covered everything past the barricade. Street signs barely sticking out like broken teeth. My headlights cut through fog and floating debris. And then I saw it. The boat. It wasn't docked, it wasn't anchored. It was just there, moving slowly through the flooded street, like the water had decided it belonged. No engine sound. No wake. Just motion. Too smooth. Too controlled. I slowed the patrol unit. Dispatch, I've got visual on the reported vessel. No visible operator. Silent. Then dispatch replied. But their voice sounded strained. Unit 4 confirmed that. No registered vessels in that sector. I swallowed. I'm looking at it right now. A pause. Then dispatch said something that made my chest tighten. Unit 4, that sector is fully submerged. There is no navigable waterway. I looked out the windshield again. The boat was still there. Closer now. Drifting through what used to be a neighborhood. Between rooftops. Not open water. Street level flood. But it was moving like the world had turned upside down and forgotten to correct itself. I stepped out of the vehicle. Cold water hit my boots immediately. Too deep for where I was standing. Too wrong for elevation maps I knew by heart. The boat drifted closer, and I finally saw the lights. Soft, yellow, flickering like weak breathing. Inside it, someone was sitting. I couldn't see their face clearly. Just shape. Still, waiting. My radio crackled again, and the voice came back. Closer this time. Are you here to bring us back? I tightened my grip on my flashlight. Identify yourself. The boat stopped moving. Right in front of me. No current. No wind. No explanation. The voice answered anyway. We were never taken. I stepped closer. The water felt heavier with every step. Like it was resisting me. The boat didn't rock. Didn't shift. Just waited. Inside, I could now see more clearly. Figures. At least two. Maybe more. Sitting too still. Too aligned. Like they were placed there instead of sitting naturally. My flashlight flickered across them. And for a split second, I saw their faces. Or what should have been faces. They looked wet. Not just from water, but like water was still inside them. Dispatch, I said slowly, requesting confirmation on missing persons from Sector 9 evacuation list. Static answered first. Then, all persons accounted for. I stared at the boat. That was a lie. I knew it before the radio even finished. Because I recognized one of them. A name flashed in my memory. A missing report I personally signed off as unrecoverable. And there they were, sitting in a drifting boat through a submerged street, looking directly at me. My stomach turned. No, I whispered. The radio clicked again, and the voice said something that made my blood run cold. You rode us into the water. The boat shifted slightly. Not drifting, turning, facing me fully now. and I realized something that made my breathing stop for a moment. There was no operator, no one controlling it. The boat was moving like it had memory instead of direction. My flashlight beam steadied, and I saw something carved into the side of it. Not a name, not a number, a mark, a symbol I'd seen before on flood paperwork. Old emergency classification. UNRECOVERD zone. My throat tightened. That boat shouldn't exist, I said out loud. The voice responded immediately. We know. A pause, then softer. That's why we're still in it. The water around the boat rippled, but not outward, downward, like something underneath was reacting. Something beneath the flooded street. I stepped back instinctively. The radio suddenly spiked with static so loud I had to pull it away from my ear. And through it all I heard singing. Again, that same submerged hymn. But now it was synchronized, like it was coming from the boat, from the water, from everywhere at once. The figures inside the boat didn't move, but their mouths opened slightly, and the sound became clearer. They weren't singing toward me. They were singing upward, like they were trying to be heard through something above them. My mind started to catch up slowly, too slowly. I looked around the flooded street. The rooftops, the broken fences barely visible above water. And then I realized what I was actually standing in. This wasn't a street anymore. It was a layer, something between what was above and what was below. And I was standing on the wrong side of it. The radio cracked again, but this time dispatch didn't speak. Only a file tone played. Then a recorded voice I didn't recognize. Cold. Official. Final. Missing boat confirmed lost during evacuation incident. No survivors recovered. I looked at the boat, at the people inside it, at the way they watched me without blinking. And the voice in the radio whispered one last time. We didn't drift away. A pause. We were left here. The boat creaked, just slightly, like something inside it shifted closer to the surface of understanding. And then one of the figures raised its hand. Not waving, not reaching, pointing, behind me. I didn't want to turn, but I did, because something about the silence changed. The water behind me wasn't still anymore. It was moving upward, slowly, like it was remembering how to stand. And from inside it, I heard my own radio voice, responding before I even spoke. Unit 4, do you copy? I froze, because I hadn't called in. But the transmission continued anyway. And the voice on the boat whispered softly, almost relieved. Now you see it. The water rose another inch, and the boat stopped drifting completely, like it had finally reached the place it had been trying to return to all along. And in that moment, I understood the worst part. The missing boat report wasn't about a boat. It was about everything that never came back, including me. The first thing I noticed was the seat. Empty, then full, then empty again, like my eyes couldn't agree on what they were seeing. The boat was still there in Sector 9, drifting through flooded streets that should have been land. The water didn't ripple anymore. It just held everything in place like glass pretending to be liquid. And the passenger was gone. I stepped closer anyway. My boots sank slightly into water that felt too thick, like it resisted every movement. Dispatch, I said slowly, keeping my eyes on the boat. Confirm visual on missing vessel. No visible occupant at stern. No answer. Only static. But I wasn't alone. Not anymore. Because the boat wasn't empty. Not fully. Something was still there. Just not in the way it should be. The second sighting report came from a fisherman 3 miles north. He said the same thing. Always the same thing. There's someone sitting in the back of the boat. They don't move, not even when the water hits them. He laughed when he said it. Then he stopped laughing halfway through, because he realized something mid-sentence. The water, it moves around them, like they're not part of it. That's when he hung up. We found his boat later. No fisherman. No gear. Just a chair still warm. And a single wet footprint leading into the water. Forward, not away. Like he had walked into something instead of out of it. I reached Sector 9 again just before dawn. Same boat. Same impossible drift. But now I wasn't alone watching it. 3 patrol units lined the flooded perimeter road behind me. Nobody spoke much. Nobody wanted to be first to say what we were all thinking. Because we all saw it. The stern. There was someone there. Sitting perfectly still. Facing forward. Not looking at us. Not reacting. Just present. Like a statue that had learned how to breathe. Unit 4, dispatch crackled in my radio. Confirm passenger identity if visible. I hesitated, because I couldn't see a face. Not clearly. Just shape. Wet clothing. Head slightly lowered. Like it was listening to something under the water. I can't confirm identity, I said. A pause. Then dispatch replied. Negative visual match on missing persons. I looked again. Harder. And that's when I noticed something wrong. The passenger wasn't just sitting. It was sitting too perfectly. Too centered. Like it had been placed there on purpose. Like the boat wasn't carrying a person. It was carrying a position. A role. A placeholder. And that realization made my skin tight. Because the first report never said person. It said passenger. Not human. Not alive. Just there. The boat shifted slightly. Not drifting. Adjusting. Like it was reacting to attention. The passenger didn't move. But something about it changed. Not physically. Something deeper. Like the air around it got heavier. My flashlight flickered across the stern again. And for half a second, I saw a reflection in the water beside the boat. Another figure, sitting next to it. But when I looked directly, there was nothing there. Only the single passenger. Did anyone else see that? I asked over the radio. No answer from dispatch. But one of the other units behind me spoke up. Yeah, he said quietly, there was 2. I turned sharply. He was staring straight at the boat. Not blinking. I saw 2, he repeated. Then he stopped talking. Like the memory itself had been cut off mid-thought. The water around the boat began to ripple. Slowly. Not outward. Upward. Like something beneath it was breathing closer to the surface. The passenger still didn't move. But now I could feel it. Watching. Not with eyes. With awareness. My radio crackled again. But this time it wasn't dispatch. It was the voice. The same one from before. Calm. Too calm. You keep counting wrong. I swallowed. Identify yourself. A pause. Then, you already did. My grip tightened. That's not an answer. The voice softened. It is for us. The boat drifted closer. Not toward land. Toward us. That was the first real change. It had never approached before. always moving through space like it didn't care where anyone stood. Now it cared. Now it was choosing direction. One of the other deputies stepped back. "You seeing this?" he whispered. But I didn't answer, because I couldn't stop looking at the passenger. It had changed again. Not physically, but the feeling of it had shifted. Like it was no longer just sitting in the boat. Like it had started to notice it was being watched. The radio in my hand clicked once, then twice. Then the voice came back. Closer, almost inside the speaker. There was always one seat. I frowned. What does that mean? No answer at first. Just water sounds. Soft, wet, then, and it was never empty. The boat stopped completely. No drift, no movement, just suspended in the flooded street like time had forgotten it. The passenger slowly lifted its head. Not fast, not dramatic, just enough to acknowledge us. And when it did, the world felt wrong, because its face wasn't clear, not missing, not hidden, just undefined. Like my mind refused to finalize it. Like looking at it too directly caused it to blur. One of the deputies behind me whispered, "That's not a person." I didn't answer, because I wasn't sure anymore what the word person even applied to. The voice returned again. Final now. Heavier. You all see it differently. A pause, because you all left at different times. My radio started overheating in my hand. I could feel it, not physically burning, but pressing, like something inside it was trying to push out. The passenger moved for the first time. Not standing, not reaching, just shifting its weight slightly. And the boat responded, like it was alive, like it had been waiting for permission. The water around it rose a few inches. Slow, deliberate, and I understood something I didn't want to understand. This wasn't a vessel. It was a record, a moving memory, a thing that carried what was never recovered. And the passenger wasn't in it. It was what remained when everything else was removed. The voice spoke one last time, and this time it sounded almost tired. "You keep asking who it is." A pause, but it only ever had one answer. The boat creaked softly. The passenger lifted its head fully now. And for the first time, I saw it clearly enough to regret it. Not a face, not a void, but a reflection. My reflection, except older, soaked, still sitting in that same seat, looking back at me like it had been waiting longer than I had. The radio died in my hand. Completely. No static. No signal. Just silence. And in that silence, I heard something behind me. Water moving. Not away. Toward. Slow. Patient. Like something had finally decided it didn't need the boat anymore, because it already had its passenger. I was staring at the water when I realized it was staring back at me. Not in a poetic way, not in some dramatic way people like to say in reports. I mean it literally. The floodwater along Highway 37 had stopped moving for a moment, like something under it had frozen the whole surface. My flashlight beam hit it, and for half a second the reflection didn't match me. There was another shape behind mine. Closer. Too close. My hand tightened on the side of the patrol boat so hard my knuckles hurt. I told myself it was just ripples, just debris under the surface. But the radio in my vest crackled again anyway, like it knew I was lying to myself. "Deputy, do you still copy?" That voice wasn't my partner. It was the same voice I'd been hearing all night. Calm to calm. And it always came right after the boat drifted near the submerged houses. I swallowed hard and answered anyway. Yeah, I copy. A long pause followed. Then the voice said something that made my stomach go cold. You're close now. You can see it from where you are. I looked up. Through the rain and fog, Highway 37 was barely visible, just a broken line of asphalt drowning under black water. Street signs stuck out like bent fingers. Trees leaned sideways like they were trying to get away. And there it was. A boat. Still, floating right in the middle of a submerged intersection, like it had been dropped there on purpose. My throat went dry, because I knew that boat. It was the missing boat, the one I was assigned to find. But I had already checked this stretch twice. It wasn't there before. I cut the engine. The sudden silence felt wrong, like the world had been muted. The boat rocked gently. Water slapped against metal poles and drowned mailboxes around us. Something far off groaned, maybe a house shifting under pressure, maybe something else I didn't want to name. My flashlight swept across the water. That's when I saw it. A seat at the stern. There was someone sitting there, motionless, facing away from me. My chest tightened so fast it hurt. I leaned forward slightly, trying to get a better angle. The rain hit my face in sharp needles, but I didn't blink. The figure didn't move. It was just there, drenched still, like it had been waiting. I reached for the radio again, but my fingers froze halfway. Because I heard something else now. Not from the radio. From the water. A second voice. Closer. Deputy. I spun around so fast the boat tilted. Nothing behind me. Only flooded houses half swallowed by water. Roof lines barely visible like broken teeth. But the voice didn't stop. It came again, softer this time. Don't look at the stern. That made my stomach drop. Because I had already been looking. And now I couldn't stop. The figure in the boat hadn't moved. But something about it felt wrong, not just stillness, not just silence. It felt like it wasn't supposed to exist in the same space as me. My radio crackled again. This time, static turned into something almost like music. A broken melody. Slow. Familiar. A hymn. I froze. That same hymn had been reported before the evacuation. People said they heard it coming from the floodwater at night. No one believed them. Until they started disappearing. I forced myself to speak. Dispatch, I've got visual on the missing vessel. There's someone on board. Silence. Then the voice replied. You're not seeing a vessel. My grip tightened. What does that mean? Another pause. Longer this time. Then, that boat never came back. A cold rush went through my body. I looked again. The boat in front of me didn't look like patrol craft anymore. It looked older. Rust along the edges. Wood warped like it had been underwater for years instead of weeks. Numbers on the side peeled off, replaced by something darker underneath. Letters. Faded but readable. I leaned closer without meaning to, and my flashlight caught them clearly. Rescue Unit 3, 1998. My breath stopped. That flood was decades old. That operation was closed before I even joined the force. My mind tried to reject it instantly, but the boat in front of me didn't care what my mind accepted. The figure at the stern shifted slightly. Just a small movement, like it had finally noticed me noticing it. I stepped back. The boat rocked harder now. Not from water, from something underneath. Something pushing up. The radio screamed suddenly with static so loud I almost dropped it. Then the hymn returned, clearer, right behind me this time. I spun around again, and this time I saw them. Lights, not headlights, not emergency lights. Lanterns, floating lanterns under the water. Dozens of them, all moving slowly toward me, carried by nothing I could see. And behind them, shapes. People, walking under the water like it wasn't water at all. My mind refused to process it. My body didn't care. My hands were already shaking so badly I could barely hold the flashlight steady. The voice came again. Not from the radio. From everywhere. Sunrise is close. I looked up instinctively. The sky was beginning to pale at the edges, gray shifting into something colder. Dawn was coming. But instead of relief, something in me felt worse. Like time was running out for something other than me. The figure in the stern slowly turned its head. Not fully, just enough for me to see the side of its face. It was pale, swollen, not decomposed like a body should be. Preserved, like the water had decided to keep it intact. And then its eyes opened. Not normal eyes. They were filled with water. Inside, like the ocean had replaced them completely. My radio finally died. Total silence followed. And in that silence, I heard something else. My own voice, coming from the boat, repeating my call sign. Over and over. Wrong. Distorted. Like it was learning how to sound like me. I stepped back again, almost slipping into the floodwater. That's when I noticed something worse. The boat wasn't drifting toward me anymore. I was drifting toward it, even though I hadn't moved. The current had changed direction. Or maybe it never had. Maybe I had been the one being pulled the entire time. The hymn swelled again. Now it wasn't distant. It was inside my head. And suddenly, I remembered something I shouldn't have. A report buried in old files. Rescue Unit 3 went out during a flash flood years ago. They found a church half submerged on Highway 37. People inside were still singing, even though the building was underwater. They radioed for extraction. Then the signal cut. No bodies were ever recovered. Only one boat was ever found later. Empty, except for one thing. A recording. A final transmission. A deputy's voice, asking someone to stop singing. My breath hitched, because I realized something I hadn't understood before. That voice I kept hearing on my radio all night wasn't guiding me to the boat. It was replaying that transmission. On loop. The stern figure stood up slowly now. Water poured off it, but it didn't fall back into the flood. It just disappeared into the air. Like it wasn't real water. Like it was something else pretending to be water. The figure faced me fully now, and I saw what it was wearing. Not a uniform. Not clothing. A badge. My badge. My own name tag. Pinned to something that had drowned a long time ago. The water around me started to rise. Not from rain. From below. Like the ground itself was filling. The lantern stopped moving. All of them. At the same time. Every figure beneath the water turned upward. Looking at me. Waiting. And then the boat spoke again. But not through radio. Through the figure. Through everything. Your shift is over. The sun finally broke the horizon. But instead of light, the world turned pale gray. Like it was refusing to fully wake up. The boat drifted closer. and I understood the truth in a way that didn't feel like knowledge. It felt like memory returning. Highway 37 was never just a flooded road. It was a place that kept taking people who responded to calls that shouldn't exist. And every sunrise, it reset the water, reset the voices, reset the missing, except for the ones who answered back too long. I took one step backward, then another, but the water didn't let me go. And the last thing I saw before everything went still was my own reflection in the flood, standing in the boat, waiting for the next call to come in. The radio shouldn't have worked out here. That was the first thought in my head when it crackled alive at 2:13 a.m., somewhere past the county line where Highway 37 disappears under black water and broken trees. Unit 7, do you copy? I froze, because Unit 7 was my call sign, and I hadn't keyed the mic. I looked at the dashboard. The patrol truck was parked half on dry gravel, half sinking into mud that looked like it was breathing. Rain hammered the windshield so hard it sounded like something trying to get in. I pressed the radio slowly. Dispatch, I copy. Static answered first, then a voice, calm, too calm. Do not proceed past mile marker 37. My eyes shifted toward the road ahead without meaning to. Highway 37 stretched into darkness like a cut in the world. Floodwaters sat on it like a second sky, reflecting nothing back properly. Even my headlights looked wrong out there, like they were swallowed instead of shining. I should have turned around, but I didn't, because I'd already been getting calls for 3 nights straight. Calls from places that didn't exist on any map anymore. A flooded farmhouse that burned 10 years ago. A bridge that collapsed last spring. And now Highway 37. I stepped out of the truck. The rain hit me instantly like cold glass. My boots sank into mud that pulled back like it didn't want to let go. I shined my flashlight toward the road. Nothing moved, but the water did. Not flowing. Breathing. That's the only way I can describe it. A slow rise and fall, like something under it was sleeping and dreaming at the same time. My radio crackled again. Sheriff. That voice again. Closer now. I tightened my grip. Dispatch, repeat last transmission. Static, long static, then. There is no dispatch on that channel. I stopped breathing for a second. That shouldn't have been possible. The channel was locked. Emergency only, county controlled. I looked back at my truck. The headlights flickered. Once, twice, then stayed off. Just like that. No warning. No power surge. Just darkness swallowing the vehicle like it had been unplugged from reality. I took a step back instinctively. My boot hit something solid in the mud. Wood. I bent down slowly. A road sign. Half buried. I wiped it clean with my sleeve. Highway 37. But underneath it, someone had carved something else. Not numbers. Not letters I recognized at first. Just one word. Turn back. The rain got heavier. Or maybe it just felt heavier, because the silence between drops changed. That's when I heard it. A car engine. But not mine. Not anything I could see. It was coming from the flooded highway ahead. I raised my flashlight slowly. The beam cut through fog and rain and landed on the water. And there it was. Headlights. Under the surface. Driving. Not sinking. Not stuck. Moving. Slow, controlled. Like the road still existed underneath the flood and something was using it. I whispered without meaning to, "What the hell?" The radio responded instantly. "You are not cleared to witness this." I spun around. No one behind me. just trees bent at impossible angles, like they were listening. Then the water ahead of me shifted again. Something rose. Not fast, not violent, just emerging. A shape breaking the surface of the flood, like it was stepping out of a memory. At first, I thought it was a person. Then I saw it was wearing my uniform. Same badge, same boots, same patrol jacket. But the face wasn't right. It was there, but wrong in the way reflections are wrong when the mirror is cracked and still tries to pretend nothing is broken. It stood in the middle of Highway 37, water pouring off it like it belonged there more than I did. My radio went dead silent. No static, no voice, just absence. And somehow that was worse. The figure raised its head toward me. Not fast, not sudden, like it had been waiting the entire time. I just didn't notice. Then it spoke, not through the radio, not through sound at first, through the water, like the flood itself was forming words. URESPONDED. My throat went dry. Who are you? The figure tilted its head slightly, like it was confused by the question. Then it answered. I was you. A cold shock went through my chest, so fast I almost dropped the flashlight. The water around it rippled outward in slow circles. And in those ripples, I saw something impossible. More shapes, standing under the flood. Not drowning, not floating, just present, waiting. Like Highway 37 wasn't a road anymore. It was a place where things stayed after they were supposed to be gone. My radio suddenly came back. But this time, the voice wasn't from dispatch. It was from inside the truck, even though I was standing outside it. Sheriff, do not approach the intersection. I looked at the truck. The driver's seat was empty, but the radio was still speaking, like someone was sitting there using it. The figure in the water took one step forward. The surface didn't ripple, didn't react, like the water was letting it pass through like it had permission. The road is full, it said. I backed away slowly. Full of what? The figure didn't answer immediately. Instead, it turned slightly and pointed down the highway. That's when I saw them. Not headlights this time. Not reflections. Cars. Dozens of them. Under the water. Parked. Aligned. Facing forward like a traffic jam that never ended. Inside each one shapes. People. Sitting still. Looking forward. Waiting. My mind tried to reject it. Tried to label it hallucination, stress, exhaustion, anything normal. But the radio killed that hope instantly. Because it spoke again. And this time it used my name. Not my call sign. My actual name. Sheriff Daniel Reeves. You were assigned to this route after the first evacuation. My blood ran cold. That wasn't public information, broadcast over radio channels. That was personnel history. Then the voice continued. You replaced the last one. I whispered, replaced who? A long pause followed. Then the answer came. You replaced the one who stayed behind. The figure in the water took another step closer. And I realized something that made my knees weaken slightly. It wasn't walking toward me. It was walking back to its place. Like I was the one standing somewhere I shouldn't be. The headlights under the water flickered again. All of them at once. Like something deeper was waking up. And for the first time since I arrived on Highway 37, I understood the truth wasn't about what was in the flood. It was about what the flood remembered, and what it refused to forget. My radio crackled one last time. Soft, final, almost gentle. Shift change in progress. The water rose an inch higher, and the figure wearing my face finally stopped moving. Waiting. For me, the storm didn't start like a storm. That's the part I still can't explain. 1 minute, Highway 37 was just another flooded county road. Dark water sitting over broken asphalt. Wind pushing rain sideways like needles. The next minute, the radio started calling my name. Not my call sign. My name. Sheriff Daniel, do you copy? I remember my hand tightening around the steering wheel so hard it hurt. I hadn't keyed the mic. No one in the unit had. I looked at the dashboard. Empty channel. No active transmission. But the voice kept coming anyway. Calm, close, like someone sitting in the passenger seat whispering into my radio. Sheriff Daniel, the water is rising faster than you think. I should have turned around right there. That would have been the smart thing. But the problem is, I've worked storms like this for 20 years. Flood duty becomes routine after a while. Roads vanish, houses disappear, people panic, and radios glitch. That's what I told myself. Just a glitch. Still, I drove forward. Highway 37 was supposed to be closed. Barricades went up 2 days ago. Official evacuation order, mandatory. But someone kept reporting movement out here. Lights in the water. Vehicles drifting where no vehicles should be. And calls. Always calls. From places already underwater. My tires hit deeper floodwater as I crossed the county line. The sound changed instantly, road turning into something soft, hollow, wrong, like driving over a drowned memory instead of asphalt. The rain hammered the windshield so hard the wipers couldn't keep up. Then the radio crackled again. Unit 7, report location. I froze. Unit 7 was my old designation. I haven't used that in years. I slowly reached for the mic. Dispatch, I'm at the county line, entering Highway 37 flood zone. Silence. Too long. Then, there is no dispatch operating tonight. My stomach tightened. I looked at the radio. The light was on, green, active, even though the system should have been dark. I whispered, then who's speaking? The reply came instantly. You already know. A cold feeling spread through my chest. Not fear yet, not fully, more like recognition of something I didn't want to remember. I stopped the truck. Engine idling. Rain pressing against everything. And for the first time, I really looked at Highway 37. The water wasn't moving like normal floodwater. It was too still in some places. Too smooth. Like glass stretched over something underneath. And in other places, it moved against the wind. Backwards. I leaned closer to the windshield. That's when I saw it. A road sign half submerged. Barely visible. Highway 37, do not enter. But someone had painted over the bottom half. New letters. Fresh. Too fresh. We are still here. My throat went dry. The radio clicked again. Sheriff Daniel, do you see it? I didn't answer, because I did see it. A shape in the water ahead. At first, I thought it was debris. Then I thought it was a car roof. Then it lifted slightly. Not floating. Rising. Like something underneath was pushing it up just enough to breathe. My hand went to the door handle before I even made the decision. I stepped out. The storm hit me like a wall. Cold, heavy, alive. Water was already up to the edge of the road, licking at my boots like it recognized me. I shined my flashlight forward. The beam cut through rain and fog and landed on the shape again. A vehicle. half submerged, but parked perfectly, facing me. That's what made my skin crawl. It wasn't drifting. It was positioned, like it had been left there on purpose. And the windshield, something was inside it. At first I couldn't tell what. Then it moved. A hand, pressing against the glass from the inside. Slow, weak, then another hand, then a face. My breath caught hard in my chest, because the face wasn't panicked. It wasn't drowning. It was just watching me, waiting. My radio crackled again. Do not approach the vehicle. I whispered without meaning to. Who is in it? A long pause. Then, someone you already failed. My flashlight shook slightly in my hand. I stepped closer anyway, because training tells you to check, to confirm, to respond, even when everything in you is screaming not to. The water around the car was strange up close. Not just deep, dense, like it had weight, like it didn't want to let anything move through it easily. The figure inside the car tilted its head, and I realized something I wish I hadn't. It was wearing a uniform. Not mine. Older. County issue. From years ago. My radio suddenly switched channels on its own. Static filled the air. Then a recording started playing. Not live. Old. Cracked. Like it had been replayed too many times. A man's voice. Calm at first. Then breaking. We are still on Highway 37. Water it's inside the vehicles now. It's not around us anymore. My chest tightened. That wasn't possible. No transmission like that existed in our system. The voice continued. If you hear this, don't send anyone else. The recording cut off with a sharp burst of static. Silence returned. And in that silence, I heard something else. Not from the radio. From the water. Whispering. Multiple voices. Too many to count. All saying the same thing. Too late. I stepped back instinctively. My boot slipped slightly into the floodwater. Cold shot up my leg instantly. And in that moment, the vehicle in front of me turned its headlights on. Even though the engine was off. Even though it had been underwater for God knows how long. The light didn't shine outward. It shined inward. Like it was illuminating something inside the water instead of outside it. And what I saw next made my mind go quiet. Shapes, standing behind the car, under the water, not floating, standing, like the flood was just air to them. My radio spoke again, but this time it wasn't a voice. It was my own breathing, recorded, delayed, repeating back to me. I stumbled backward toward the truck, but when I turned, my patrol vehicle wasn't where I left it. The headlights were off, doors closed, and something new was written across the hood. In mud, fresh, like it had just been dragged there. Welcome back, Sheriff. My pulse hammered in my ears, because I had never been here before. At least, not in any memory I trusted. The radio gave one final crackle. Soft, almost gentle. Shift begins now. And the water behind me rose 1 inch higher. The first time I saw the road again, it was under 6 feet of moving water, and it still looked like it was waiting for someone to drive on it. I slowed the patrol truck without thinking. My headlights cut through the rain like thin blades, shaking in the storm. The radio kept hissing in my ear, but I wasn't listening anymore. Because right there, under the water, the old Highway 37 markings were showing through. Faded yellow lines, broken shoulder edge, even the reflector posts that should have been long gone. I whispered to myself, that road is gone. But the road didn't care what I believed. It stayed there beneath the flood like it had never left. The storm had been hitting us for days. Whole counties underwater, evacuations, road closures. Everyone kept saying the same thing, record flood season, worst in decades. But something about Highway 37 didn't feel like weather. It felt intentional. My radio crackled again. Dispatch came in broken. Unit 12, confirmed location. I looked at the GPS. It flickered, blank for a second. Then it snapped back with a reading that made my stomach tighten. It said I was on Highway 37. That wasn't possible. That stretch had been erased after the levee collapsed 12 years ago, officially closed, unofficially swallowed by water and mud. I had seen the maps myself. I leaned forward, squinting through the windshield. And that's when I saw it. The road wasn't just under the water. It was rising, like something beneath it was pushing it upward, forcing it back into shape. I should have turned around. That would have been the smart thing, the safe thing. Instead, I kept driving forward. The tires hit shallow water that shouldn't have had a bottom. The truck rocked slightly, then steadied. And suddenly, I wasn't on a flooded highway anymore. I was on asphalt. Dry, perfectly intact. Rain still poured above me, heavy and loud, but the road itself was clean, like the flood had skipped this exact strip of land. I checked my rearview mirror. Behind me, water stretched forever. Ahead of me, Highway 37 continued into darkness. No sign of the world I just came from. My throat went dry. I keyed the radio. Dispatch, I think I've got a situation on 37. Static answered first, then a voice that didn't sound like my dispatcher. Too slow, too close. Keep going. I froze. Who is this? I said. Only static. Then again, clearer this time. Keep going, you're almost there. My hand tightened on the wheel. I tried switching channels. Nothing worked. Every frequency bled into the same voice. I cut the radio off completely. The silence inside the truck felt worse. Outside, the rain stopped. Just like that. No fade, no wind shift, just gone. The road ahead curved slightly, disappearing into a low dip where fog gathered like spilled smoke. That's when I noticed the footprints. They appeared on the road in front of me. Wet, fresh, bare. Walking in my direction. I stopped the truck. The wipers moved once, useless against a dry windshield now. The footprints weren't just there. They were forming as I watched. One step at a time. Like something invisible was walking toward me through memory instead of space. I swallowed hard and opened the door. The air outside was wrong. Not cold, not warm. Just still. Like the world had forgotten how to move. I stepped out. My boots hit asphalt that felt too smooth, too new. No gravel, no cracks, just endless blacktop stretching into fog. The footprints stopped about 10 feet ahead of me, then turned sideways, like whoever made them was now facing me. I raised my flashlight. The beam cut through the fog weakly. Nothing was there, but the footprints kept forming. Closer now. One step, then another. I backed up instinctively, hand reaching for my sidearm. That's when I saw the water again. Not behind me, above me, hanging in the air like a ceiling of floodwater, slow-moving, thick, glowing faintly with something that looked like streetlights trapped inside it. And under that water ceiling, I saw movement. Shapes, cars, buildings, a whole drowned world pressing down from above, held back by something I couldn't see. My radio turned itself back on inside the truck, even though I'd shut it off. That same voice came through again. "This is where the road went." I turned sharply. Nothing behind me now but fog. The footprints were gone. Instead, a new set appeared right beside my truck door. Fresh, facing away from me, like someone had just stepped out of my vehicle. My breath caught. I checked inside. Empty, but the driver's seat was wet, like someone had been sitting there moments ago. I backed away from the truck, heart hammering now. The road beneath me shifted slightly, not moving like earth, more like memory adjusting itself. Then I saw it, a sign on the side of the road, half buried in mud that wasn't supposed to be there. HWI 37, flood zone, closed after rescue failure. Rescue failure. That phrase hit something in my mind I didn't want to open, because I remembered that call now. Years ago, a flood evacuation on this exact highway, a family stuck in a submerged vehicle, one last rescue attempt sent in during rising water. Only one deputy returned, and he never spoke again. They said he drowned without water in his lungs. Just fear. My flashlight flickered. The footprints returned, but this time they weren't alone. There were more. Dozens, walking in circles around me, forming a slow ring. No bodies, just impressions in the road, like invisible people packing closer. And then I heard it. Not from the radio, not from the air, from beneath the road itself. Voices, soft, distant, praying, not in panic, in rhythm, like a hymn being repeated by people who didn't realize they were dead. I dropped to my knees without meaning to. The asphalt under my hands was warm now. Too warm, like something alive beneath it was breathing. A voice rose from the ground, clearer than the others. "Don't leave us here." My throat locked, because I recognized it. It wasn't just a voice. It was a call sign I used to know. A deputy who went missing during that rescue. Officially never found. Unofficially written off as drowned in the collapse. But the voice didn't sound drowned. It sounded trapped. The fog around me thickened, pulling closer like it was listening. The footprints stopped circling. They all faced me now, all at once. Then the road cracked slightly beneath my boots. Not breaking, opening. A thin line of light spilled out from below. And inside that crack I saw it. Water, not floodwater. Something deeper. Still, full of shapes moving slowly underneath. People standing upright where they shouldn't be able to stand. Looking up, waiting. The voice came again, closer now. "You drove over us." My hands shook. I wasn't even here," I whispered. But even as I said it, I knew that wasn't entirely true. Because Highway 37 had always been there. Just not in the way I understood. The crack widened. The hymn rose louder. And for the first time, I realized the road wasn't submerged under water. The water was what remained after the road sank into something else. Something that never released what it took. The radio inside my truck screamed with static one final time. Then a voice I hadn't heard in years spoke my name. Soft, close, right behind me. I turned. Nothing there. But the truck door was open again. And the seat inside wasn't empty anymore. Something was sitting there, patient, waiting for me to finish what I started years ago. The fog leaned in closer. The road beneath me pulsed once, like a heartbeat answering mine. And I understood the truth I didn't want. Highway 37 wasn't a place anymore. It was a record, and I had just been written into it. The last thing I saw before the lights went out was the footprints turning back toward the water above. Not leaving, guiding, and somewhere far ahead on the road that shouldn't exist anymore, something started walking back toward me. The first time I saw my own handwriting in the old logbook, I hadn't written it yet. It was sitting on my desk when I came back from night patrol, leather-bound, wet around the edges like it had been pulled out of a river. I didn't recognize it at first. We don't even use paper logs anymore in the department. But my name was on the cover. Not printed, written. My handwriting. I didn't touch it right away. I just stood there in the office, listening to the rain hit the window like someone tapping slowly, waiting for me to react. Then I opened it. The first page was dated 15 years ago. That alone should have made me stop. But what froze me wasn't the date. It was the entry. It described tonight. Not in general terms, not as a guess. It described my patrol route, my exact starting time, even the storm intensity outside. And then it ended with a line I had not lived yet. Deputy will notice Highway 37 reappearing underwater at 02:13 a.m. I looked at the clock. 02:11 a.m. My mouth went dry. I told myself it was a prank, some old case file mixed with weather notes, maybe someone in records messing with me. That explanation didn't last long, because at 02:13 a.m. exactly, my radio crackled. And the voice that came through said something I hadn't reported yet. Highway 37 is visible again. I dropped into my chair so fast it scraped the floor. I hadn't even left the station yet. But the logbook already had the next page waiting. I turned it slowly. My hands were shaking before I even saw the words. Deputy will hesitate before responding. I swallowed hard, because I was hesitating. Right then, exactly like it said, the rain outside got heavier, like it was trying to press itself against the glass. I forced myself to read on. The next line made my stomach twist. He will check the radio twice before it stops working. I reached for the radio without thinking. Static. I turned it off. Turned it back on. Static again. Then silence. Dead silence. My breath caught. I hadn't said a word yet, but the logbook continued anyway. Like it didn't need me to act for it to know what I was doing. Deputy will think about leaving the case alone. My jaw tightened. I did think about it. For a second. Just a second. But then I turned another page. And that's when things stopped feeling like coincidence. The next entry was not from tonight. It was from tomorrow. Same handwriting. Same pressure of pen. Same me. It read, he will enter the submerged road despite warnings. My throat went tight. I looked at the window. The rain had changed now, heavier, lower, like it was falling closer to the ground than before. I should have closed the book. I didn't, because something about it felt like it already knew I wouldn't. The next pages weren't written like reports anymore. They were written like instructions, like someone watching me think and writing down the result. One line stood out more than anything else. He will hear his own voice on dispatch. I froze, because dispatch hadn't called yet. But my radio turned itself on anyway, and my own voice came through. Calm. Too calm. Unit 12, proceed to Highway 37. I stood up so fast my chair hit the wall. That's not me, I said out loud. No one answered, but the logbook turned another page by itself. I swear I didn't touch it. The next entry was shorter, sharper. He will try to resist. My hand went to my sidearm without thinking. Like my body already knew I was not the one in control of this moment. The rain outside suddenly stopped. Not slowed. Stopped. Like someone had cut the sky off. That silence hit harder than any storm. Then the book added one more line. He always checks the last entry. My stomach dropped. I didn't want to look, but I did, because I already knew it was right. The final page wasn't empty. It had been filled in already. And it wasn't describing the future anymore. It was describing the present. Me standing there, breathing too fast, holding the logbook like it was heavier than paper should be. And below that, one sentence that made my knees weaken slightly. He understands too late that the logbook is not recording events. I stopped reading. My ears started ringing. I forced myself to continue. The last line said, "It is guiding them back to Highway 37. The room felt smaller after that, like the walls had shifted closer without moving. I closed the logbook immediately, but it didn't stay closed. It reopened on its own. Same page, same last sentence, and now there was something new beneath it. Fresh ink, still wet, added in real time. He is already on the road. I backed away so fast I hit the desk behind me. My breath was shaking now, because I hadn't left the station yet. But my boots were wet. Not slightly, completely soaked, like I had been standing in floodwater for hours. I looked down slowly. Mud on the floor, fresh, leading from the door straight to my feet. My radio turned on again, and this time it wasn't my voice. It was someone else. Low, close, familiar in a way I didn't want to understand. Stop reading. I looked at the logbook. The page was turning again. Faster now, like something was flipping through my life in real time. New entries appeared with every second, describing movements I hadn't made yet, thoughts I hadn't thought yet. And then, one line that didn't feel like writing anymore. It felt like breathing. He is remembering the road. My vision blurred for a second. Not from dizziness, from recognition, because suddenly I wasn't standing in the station anymore. I was sitting in a patrol truck, rain hitting glass, radio hissing, a road stretching ahead that I had already seen too many times. Highway 37. I jerked back to the office so hard I almost fell. But the logbook stayed open in my hands. Calm. Waiting. The last entry had changed again. Now it said, "He will go because he already went once." My chest tightened painfully, because that didn't feel like prediction anymore. It felt like memory, something buried too deep to remember clearly. The station lights flickered once, then again, and in that half second of darkness, I heard something outside the building. Footsteps, slow, heavy, walking toward the door. The logbook made one final sound. Not ink, not paper, a soft wet page turning itself. And the last line appeared without warning. He is not the first deputy to read this. The knocking started right after that. Not urgent, not random, patient, like whoever was outside knew I would eventually open the door. I stared at it, holding the logbook tighter than I should have been able to. Because now I understood something I didn't want to accept. The logbook wasn't telling me what would happen next. It was reminding me what had already happened. And somewhere on Highway 37, I had already started walking toward it long before I ever picked it up. The knocking came again. Closer this time. And the logbook added one final word before everything went silent. Welcome back. It was the headlights that made me stop the first time. Not the bus. The headlights. Because they were underwater, shining through 6 feet of floodwater like the surface wasn't even there. I remember easing the patrol truck to a crawl, windshield wipers dragging across the glass like they were tired too. The whole floodplain had turned into one endless black mirror, broken only by rain and drifting debris. Dispatch had already told me not to go deeper, past mile marker 18. Restricted zone. Unsafe. Unstable ground. But the headlights were there again. Same place as last night. And the night before that. I leaned forward, squinting through the storm. That's when I saw it fully. A school bus. Parked. Perfectly still. Half submerged in water that should have been too deep for anything to sit in. My radio crackled. Unit 12, confirmed visual on debris vehicle. I didn't answer right away. Because buses don't just sit like that in floodwater. And they definitely don't stay in the same place for 3 nights in a row. I checked my GPS. The screen flickered, then blinked out completely. When it came back, it didn't show coordinates. It showed a name. Old Mill School route. I froze. That route had been shut down years ago after the levee breach. Whole neighborhoods erased. Families relocated. The school district rebuilt everything on higher ground. That bus shouldn't exist anymore. But there it was, sitting in water that reflected nothing but sky and headlights. I pulled the truck closer. Slow. Careful. Every instinct I had told me to turn around. But something about that bus felt familiar in a way I couldn't explain. Like I had seen it before, not on patrol, but somewhere deeper. Somewhere I didn't want to remember. The rain suddenly got quieter. Not lighter, just quieter. Like the world was holding its breath. I stopped the truck at the edge of the flooded road. The water ahead was too still now. No ripples. No drift. Just the bus sitting in the middle of it like it was waiting for something. Or someone. I stepped out. Boots hit shallow water that should have been moving but wasn't. It felt wrong immediately. Thicker than water. Like stepping into something that had been left sitting too long. My flashlight cut through the rain, but the beam didn't behave right. It bent slightly when it reached the bus. Curved around it. Like the light didn't want to touch it. That was the first time I felt it. That pressure in the air. Like I wasn't alone, even though everything was empty. I walked closer. One step. Then another. The tires of the bus were buried halfway in flood sludge, but the body of it was clean. Too clean. No rust. No damage. Like it had just been parked there yesterday instead of years ago. The school name on the side was faded but readable. RIVERBND Elementary. My stomach tightened when I saw it. I remembered that school. I remembered the evacuation. The night the water rose too fast. The night we were told to get everyone out. The night that bus never made it back. My radio hissed again. This time no dispatch call. Just static. And underneath it something else. Faint. Children's voices. Singing. A slow, broken melody that didn't match any hymn I knew. I turned the radio off instantly. But the singing didn't stop. It wasn't coming from the radio. It was coming from the bus. I stepped closer without realizing I was doing it. My flashlight hit the front window, and I saw movement inside. Shapes, small, sitting in rows, all facing forward, all still. Too still. I swallowed hard and raised my voice. Hello? No answer. Just that soft, off-key singing continuing like no one had interrupted it. I moved along the side of the bus. The windows were fogged from the inside, but not with breath, with something thicker, like memory pressed against glass. Then I saw a hand, pressed against the window. Small, still, not moving, just resting there like it had been frozen mid-gesture. I stepped back immediately. My heart hit my ribs hard, because I knew that hand. Not the child, the shape, the posture. I had seen it before, years ago, in the rescue reports, the ones they told us not to read after the investigation closed. My flashlight flickered. Once, twice, then steadied. And in that moment of light, I saw something that made my breath stop. The driver's seat was occupied, not by a person, but by a shadow shaped like one, sitting perfectly still behind the wheel, facing forward, like it was waiting for departure. My radio suddenly turned itself back on. No static this time, just a voice. Calm, familiar. Deputy, you're late. I froze, because that voice was mine, or sounded like it, but older, heavier, like it had been worn down by something I hadn't lived through yet. I backed away slowly from the bus, but the water under my boots shifted, not flowing, responding, like something beneath it had noticed me. The singing inside the bus stopped all at once. Silence hit harder than sound ever could. Then the front door of the bus exhaled. That's the only way I can describe it. It didn't open. It released, like pressure letting go after being held too long. I didn't see anyone step out, but I saw the footsteps, small, wet, forming on the ground in front of the bus. One by one, moving toward me. I backed up instinctively. My boot slipped slightly in the sludge. And that's when I noticed something worse. The footprints weren't just coming from the bus. They were coming from the water around me too, forming in a circle, slow, careful, surrounding me. I raised my flashlight again. Nothing visible, just impressions forming in water that shouldn't hold shape. Then the voice came again. Not from the bus this time. From behind me. Closer. You always come back to this road. I spun around. Nothing. Just floodwater and broken sky. But the bus lights were still on behind me. And now they were brighter. Like they were closer. I turned back. The bus was no longer where it had been. It was nearer. Impossible distance covered in a blink. I stepped back. My foot hit something solid in the water. Not mud. Not debris. A step. Like something was rising beneath the flood. The singing started again. Not from the bus now. From under me. All around me. Voices layered together. Children's voices. Calling out in uneven rhythm. Not singing anymore. Praying. I felt my chest tighten. Because I realized something I didn't want to accept. They weren't inside the bus. They were everywhere the bus had ever been. The headlights flickered behind me. I turned slightly and saw the reflection in the floodwater. The bus, but also more buses, stacked behind it in impossible depth. Rows of them, endless, all parked in the same floodplain, all waiting, and in every driver's seat, something was sitting, watching. The water under me rose slightly. Just an inch, enough to make me stumble. And when I looked down, I saw a handprint form on my boot. Not mine. Small, wet, holding on. The radio in my pocket turned on one last time. And this time the voice didn't ask. It told, "Bring them home." The bus doors behind me opened wider, and the water started moving again. Not away, toward me. The last thing I remember before everything went silent was the headlights going out one by one. Not fading, not breaking, just being turned off, like someone had finally arrived to end the wait. The first time I saw it, I told myself it was just a trick of the floodlights. A yellow school bus sitting in knee-deep water, halfway swallowed by the floodplain off Highway 37. No lights inside, no engine sound, just stillness, too much stillness. My radio cracked before I even spoke. Unit 4, confirm visual on restricted zone object. I didn't answer right away. I kept my eyes on it. The bus wasn't supposed to be there. That whole stretch was evacuated weeks ago. But there it was, half submerged, tilted slightly like something heavy had climbed inside and settled down. I finally keyed the mic. "Yeah," I said slowly, "I see it." Then I stepped out of the patrol car. The rain had stopped an hour earlier, but the ground still felt alive. Water moved under my boots like something breathing beneath the surface. Every step made small ripples that spread toward the bus like it was watching. I told myself it was just current. But the water didn't move like current. It moved like it was avoiding something. As I got closer, I noticed the first detail that didn't sit right. The tires. They weren't flat. They were clean, almost new, like the bus had been driven into the flood 5 minutes ago instead of weeks of rising water. I stopped at the edge of the road, where asphalt gave way to submerged grass. That's when I saw the footprints. They started behind the bus, not coming from land, from inside the water. I crouched slowly. My flashlight beam cut through the surface and caught them clearly. Footprints, bare human fresh, pressing into the mud under the shallow water like someone had just walked out of the bus and stood there, deciding where to go next. My throat tightened without me meaning it to. I spoke into the radio again, softer this time. "Dispatch, I've got tracks here, recent." There was a pause before they answered. "How recent?" I didn't like the question. "Like minutes recent." The line went quiet again. Only the static filled the space after that, like even the radio didn't want to talk. I stood up and looked at the bus again. That's when I saw the door. It was open. Not wide, just slightly. Like someone had pushed it and never bothered to close it fully. A thin strip of light reflected off the metal step. My flashlight trembled once in my hand before I forced it steady. I told myself I've seen worse. I've pulled people from collapsed trailers, from submerged cars, from places where nothing should survive. But this wasn't rescue work. This was something waiting. I stepped into the water. It swallowed my boots up to the shin immediately, cold enough to bite through bone. The closer I got, the quieter everything became. Even the insects stopped. No frogs, no birds, no wind. Just the soft sound of water shifting around my legs like it was trying to follow me. At the door of the bus, I stopped again. Something smelled wrong. Not decay, not rot. Metal, like wet coins. I lifted my flashlight and aimed inside. Empty seats, row after row, all dry. That was the second thing that didn't make sense. The bus was half underwater, but the seats inside looked untouched, not even damp. My brain tried to explain it before fear could fully form. Maybe it was raised. Maybe the water hadn't reached inside yet. but I was standing in it, and I could see the water line outside climbing halfway up the windows. Inside, nothing, just silence and rows of empty seats. Then I saw the footprints again. They were inside too. Wet, dark, fresh, leading from the back row straight toward the front. My flashlight followed them automatically, like my body had decided before my mind could argue. Each step pressed into the aisle floor, as if someone had just walked through seconds ago. I swallowed hard. "Hello," I called. My voice felt wrong in that space, too loud, too human. No answer, only the faint creak of metal settling somewhere deep in the frame. I stepped onto the first stair. The moment my boot touched the metal step inside, the temperature dropped. Not slightly, violently, like I had crossed into a different season. My breath came out visible. That shouldn't have been possible in June. I paused again. I should have backed out, I know that now. I felt it then too, that instinct, sharp and clear. But something in the footprints pulled me forward. Like they weren't just tracks. Like they were instructions. I climbed into the bus. The inside smelled worse up close. That metallic scent was stronger now, mixed with something else I couldn't name, like wet paper burning. I moved down the aisle slowly. My flashlight kept catching small details I didn't want to notice. A child's backpack under a seat. Dry. A folded paper stuck between cushions. Dry. A lunchbox half open, with something dark inside that I didn't look at too long. Dry. Everything inside this bus was dry. Except the footprints. They stayed wet all the way to the front. That was the third thing that made my stomach drop. Because water doesn't behave like that. Not in a flooded vehicle. Not anywhere. The prints stopped at the driver's seat. I lifted my light higher. The steering wheel was still there. But the driver's seat wasn't empty. Something had been sitting in it recently. The cushion was compressed, like weight was still there. Like someone had just stood up. Slowly, right in front of me. My hand tightened on the flashlight until it hurt. "Okay," I whispered without meaning to. "Okay, what is this?" Then I saw the mirror. The rearview mirror. It was turned slightly toward me. Not forward. Toward the aisle. Like it had been adjusted to watch whoever was coming in. I didn't remember moving it. I didn't remember anyone else here. Behind me, one of the seats creaked. I froze. Every instinct in my body snapped into place at once. I turned the flashlight slowly. Nothing. Just rows of empty seats. But the sound didn't come again. Instead, something else happened. The water outside the bus shifted. A slow, heavy movement. Like something large had brushed against the hull. I stepped back instinctively, hitting the driver's seat. That's when the radio in my pocket came alive again. Not dispatch. Just static. Then a voice. Faint. Almost swallowed by interference. "Don't stand in the aisle." I jerked my head up. My flashlight swung. The bus was still empty. But the voice came again, clearer this time. Same tone. Same words. "Don't stand in the aisle." I stepped forward without thinking, scanning every row. "Who is this?" I called out. The radio answered instead. Not through the speaker. Through the bus. A voice echoed from somewhere inside the metal frame. Not loud. Not sharp. Just close. Like it was speaking from under my feet. "You're standing where they left." My stomach dropped hard enough to make my knees weaken. I looked down. At the footprints. They weren't just leading forward anymore. They were around me now. Encircling me. Like I was inside them. like I had stepped into something that already knew my shape. The water outside the windows suddenly rippled harder. Something moved beneath it. Slow, deliberate, circling the bus. I backed toward the aisle instinctively. Bad move, because the moment I did, the prints behind me shifted. Just slightly, like something unseen had turned. My flashlight flickered once. Just once. But in that single blink, I saw something that shouldn't have been there. A reflection in the driver's mirror. Not mine. A face, pale close, watching. Right behind me. I spun around fast. Empty aisle. No movement. No sound. Only the bus, floating in silence that felt too alive to be empty. My breathing was too loud now. Too fast. And then the final thing happened. The footprints started moving again. Not away from me. Toward me. Slowly. Step by step. From the back of the bus. Approaching. Like whatever had been sitting in those seats had finally decided to come back for the rest of its walk. And I realized something I still can't explain. There were more prints now than before. A lot more. Like more than one person had been inside the bus the whole time. And I had just never seen them. The water outside hit the windows all at once, hard enough to shake the frame. Something outside pressed against the glass. Not a shape I could understand. Just pressure, like a hand made of water and memory. The footprint stopped right behind me. So close I could feel it. Not see it. Feel it. And the voice came one last time, right at my ear. Soft. Almost patient. You weren't supposed to stand here alone. The flashlight went out, and the bus stopped being empty. The first thing I noticed was the plate number. I had seen it before. Not tonight, not this year. But in an old file, a flood report buried in the county archives. One we were told never to talk about unless someone asked too many questions. And no one ever did. The bus sat there in the water like it had always been there. But now I knew better. It wasn't new. It wasn't lost. It was returned. I stood in the flooded stretch of Highway 37, staring at it from the patrol car window, feeling something in my chest tighten in a way I didn't like. Because this wasn't just another abandoned vehicle. This was a route that shouldn't exist anymore. My radio crackled. Unit 4 status check. I didn't answer right away. I kept my eyes on the bus. Half submerged. Lights off. Waiting. Like it knew I was remembering. Finally, I keyed the mic. Run the plate, I said. Static. Then a pause too long to be normal. Negative record in system, dispatch replied. That should have been the end of it. But it was, because I had already seen the record. And I knew exactly why it wasn't in the system anymore. I stepped out again, slower this time. The water felt different now, heavier, like it had gained memory since the last time I touched it. Each step toward the bus felt like walking deeper into something that was already finished. Not happening. Finished. The tires were still clean. That detail hit harder this time. Because now I understood what that meant. This bus wasn't sitting in floodwater. It was sitting in the same floodwater it had always been in. Since the day it disappeared. I stopped at the open door. Same angle, same half-open invitation. But now I wasn't just looking at it. I was recognizing it. The interior still looked dry from outside. That lie again. But I didn't trust my eyes anymore. I climbed in. The air inside hit me instantly. Cold, wrong still. Like the world outside had stopped breathing the moment I crossed the threshold. My flashlight came up automatically. Rows of seats. Empty. Except I already knew that wasn't true. Because this bus had been full once. I just hadn't been there to see it. I walked down the aisle slowly. Every step louder than it should have been. The sound didn't bounce. It sank, like the bus was swallowing it. Then I saw something new. Scratches on the metal seat frames. Deep ones, like fingernails. Fresh. That word hit my mind before I could stop it. Fresh. Inside a bus that disappeared decades ago. I stopped mid-aisle. My breath fogged in front of me again. I lowered the flashlight slightly. And that's when I saw the second detail. Names. Scratched into the backs of seats. Not random. Not graffiti. Clawed in carefully. Like someone wanted to make sure they were remembered. I leaned closer. One of them made my stomach drop. It matched a missing persons report I had read years ago during training. A child, recovered from floodwaters 23 miles downstream. Official cause, drowning. But the report never explained how the body was found inside a dry vehicle seat. I straightened fast. My heart started pushing harder now. Too loud in my ears. The bus creaked. Not like metal shifting. Like something adjusting its weight. Behind me. I didn't turn right away. Because I already knew what I would see. Or not see. I forced myself to move forward instead. Toward the driver's seat again. Toward the part of the bus that felt like it was still thinking. The windshield was fogged from the inside now. That hadn't been there before. I stopped right behind the wheel. The mirror was still angled wrong. Still watching the aisle instead of the road. But now there was something written on it. Not scratched. Not carved. Condensation. Words formed in wet breath against the glass. Slow down. My hand tightened around the flashlight. I didn't write that. No one had been here. No living person. The bus shifted slightly. Not violently. Just enough to remind me I wasn't alone in how it was moving. I looked down at the floor. The footprints were back. Except they weren't just leading forward anymore. They were coming from every direction now. Overlapping. Layering. Like the bus had been walked through at different times that were all happening at once. My radio hissed again. Then a new voice. Not dispatch. Not static. A recorded voice. Old. Filtered. Familiar in a way I couldn't place at first. Then it hit me. It was the evacuation announcement from the flood year. We played it during training drills. We memorized it. County line evacuation order in effect. Highway 37 is closed. Repeat, Highway 37 is closed. The recording crackled. Then something else layered underneath it. A second voice. Closer. Calmer. You were never supposed to reopen the road. My throat went dry instantly. I spun toward the aisle. Nothing. But the temperature dropped again. Harder this time. My breath came out in short bursts. I stepped backward without thinking. Wrong move. Because behind me, the seats weren't empty anymore. Not fully. Shapes were there now. Not solid. Not clear. But present. Like impressions left behind in wet cloth. Sitting where passengers should have been. Facing forward. Waiting. I whispered no. But even that felt like it didn't belong in this place. The bus responded with a low groan. Like it recognized disagreement. The mirror fog thickened. The words changed. Now you remember. My head started pounding. Because I did remember. Not the bus, not clearly, but the night of the flood response I wasn't supposed to think about. The road we sealed too late. The route we marked as safe when it was. The school transport we were told had cleared before the water rose. Told, not confirmed. I stepped toward the driver's seat again without realizing it. My legs moved before I agreed. And with every step, the memories sharpened. The bus didn't break down here. It was guided here. That thought hit me so hard I nearly stopped breathing. Guided, not driven, not lost. Guided. The windshield fog cleared suddenly, just enough for me to see outside. The floodplain was no longer empty. Shapes were moving in the water. Slow, circling, not swimming, waiting. Then something knocked lightly on the outside of the bus. Once, then again, from below the waterline. I turned the flashlight toward the window and saw a hand pressed against the glass. Not from outside, from underneath the bus. Reaching up, the bus tilted slightly, like something beneath it was standing. My radio went dead mid-transmission. No static, just silence. Complete. The kind of silence that feels arranged. The driver's seat creaked behind me. Slow, deliberate, like someone settling back into position after standing up. I didn't turn, because I already knew what I would see. The mirror fog cleared one last time. And this time, there were multiple reflections. Not mine, not one, but rows of faces sitting where passengers should have been. All turned toward me now, all watching, and the voice returned. Not from the radio, not from the bus, from inside my own head this time. You followed the route back. The bus lights flickered on for the first time. Dim, emergency glow. And I finally understood the worst part. This wasn't a place the bus had been abandoned. It was a place it had arrived. On purpose. And I was standing exactly where it had ended. The water outside rose against the glass. Slowly, like it was trying to come in. But it didn't need to break through. Because something inside had already opened the door long before I arrived. And the last thing I remember clearly was the sound of every seatbelt clicking at the same time behind me.